Thank you. Star Trek changed everything. And aren't these conventions wonderful? Mr. Shatner, we want you to open the show. Star Wars? Oh, wait a minute. I can do Star Wars. I can do it. George. It's George, isn't it? May I call you George? Thanks. You can call me Mr. Shatner.
Welcome back to Nerdporeal Sci-Fi Chats number 5. It is I, Brian, the Nerdporeal Lifeform, wishing you all welcome on this nice little winter evening. So today we're going to be talking about The Empire Strikes Back. That's Star Wars Part 2, or technically Episode 5. And I have two panelists that want to join. So without further ado, this gentleman has a remarkable YouTube channel. He has a really loyal community, and he knows his Star Wars really well. He's very passionate about it. He shoots down TIE fighters for breakfast. He's not an A-wing. He's not a Y-wing. He's an X-wing commander. What is going on? How you doing?
That intro, man. Are you for hire?
I don't know. I just thought of it just now.
I need a hype man, bro. Come on. That was awesome.
So how you doing? How's your day been?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Easy day at work, sitting down, getting ready to talk some Star Wars with another nerd. It's a good day.
Yep, I can't wait. Like Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back was my gateway into science fiction. So we have another guest. He is a Modporeal. He happens to be he decided to come out of his Pokeball to join me on this particular evening. Let's welcome Judge Whoopa. How are you?
Hello. Sorry, I was a little late.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right, guys. Should I say, Whoopa is never late, nor is he early? Or is that the wrong movie we're talking about today, I guess?
Yeah. We're talking about a movie about striking back.
Ooh.
And last but not least, I had the honor of meeting this gentleman in Las Vegas last summer. Him and another wonderful individual have started this wonderful community. You are Echo Base Network. How are you?
Hey, good. I didn't know XWing was going to be here. I got to bounce. No, I'm doing good. I was just finishing up some work stuff. I work from 3 in the afternoon till midnight from the house. So if I get a work call, I might have to mute myself. But I think I got most everything taken care of that I need to take care of. And I just got some packages in the mail today, XWing.
Oh, did you?
I did. I got the AT-AT driver and the Vader and Boba Fett.
How do they look? Because I got the 501st from Kotobukiya, and I'm happy with it, but I don't have any original trilogy ones yet.
Here, I'll show you. Hang on one sec.
Ooh. This fits in perfectly with the Empire Strikes Back stream, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm forcing in the collecting thing really quick, but we were on a stream. Right. We were on a stream the other night, just like looking through collectibles, and I'm like, have you ever heard of Kotobukiya instead of like going to Sideshow? Dude found he got a Vader and a Boba. He got an AT-AT driver. He got like all kinds of awesome little statues for a fraction of the cost of Sideshow.
What's Kotobukiya? Is that how you say it?
How do you say it? I don't know, but I call it Kotobukiya. Kotobukiya. Yeah, they're like imagine like a Sideshow, but not being $400. They're
okay.
closer to like 65, 80, 100, depending on what it is. If you try to buy prequel stuff like clones, they're still like $300, $350 or something like that. But
all right, I don't got any of my lights or any of my stuff on, but
he got a Vader and a Boba with the Cloud City flooring, the carbonite chamber flooring standing together, and then an AT-AT driver. And was that it? Did you buy something else?
I did. I can't remember. I was kind of on a spending spree a little bit. Why is my camera not working?
Show us your face.
Stop cam. Start cam.
Maybe your transmissions are being jammed.
Did you turn it on?
Why? That is freaking weird.
All right. Well, you figure that out. Nerdporeal, take us away.
All right. Well, let's say hello to the chat. So let's see who's here. So we have Leia Rose is here. Welcome. Average is here. Paul's here. How are you, Paul? Get better.
Yeah, I hope you're doing good, bud.
Low spec Linux laptops here. Modporeal Jake D is here. T Davidson.
Yo.
Punk Waddle.
What's that?
Matt 317. And I think that's it so far. Oh, and Alan Copeland, last but not least.
Alan. What's up, brother?
I don't know. I think my camera might be broke.
Okay.
But yeah, they look freaking awesome.
Good, dude.
Yeah, they look really good. The little rocket part on Boba's jetpack broke off during shipping, but I had some Gorilla Glue and I just put a dab on there, and it's on there, and it looks great. So that was really the only thing. But yeah, they look really good.
Nice,
I can't wait to get the studio built and have them on display behind me.
You got to get these little product rotators.
Oh yeah.
They're like $15 on Amazon, dude. It's just like it's the greatest.
Yeah,
thing
I can put those on my shelving behind me.
Yeah,
because there's something. Yeah, it has a little hypnotic effect watching. I'm assuming is that Slave One? Yeah, that's Slave One. You still call it Slave One?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I don't know. I forget what they call. I forget what they call it now.
That's how I keep people on my stream. I'm just like, watch the Slave One, watch it, and they're like, we will obey.
All right, so gentlemen, I'm just curious, how'd you guys get into Star Wars, or in particular, what are your initial thoughts on Empire Strikes Back? Start with X-Wing.
Ooh, man, how did I get into Star Wars? Well, I mean, I'll keep that kind of short. So my brother had a bunch of the Power of the Force stuff when I was a kid. And so that was kind of my first exposure was toys, which is probably why I'm the psychopath that I am now when it comes to collecting this stuff, just because it kind of brings me back to when I was like, gosh, I don't know, I was like 6 or 7, and he had all of the vehicles. And so I've always been a Star Wars vehicle guy, just because I love the thought of like ion engines. How does all this stuff work? And everything looked beautiful, and it was just kind of worn out and lived in. I don't know. I absolutely loved it. So I got into the original trilogy, and then by the time I was 10, we were getting a prequel trilogy. And a young, impressionable mind, I absolutely fell in love with the prequels, and it was pretty much game over after that. So that's how I got into it. But when it comes to Empire, that was game over for me. Yeah, I was
game over, man. Game over.
Game over, man. What are we gonna do? What the heck are we gonna do now?
So and when it comes to the original trilogy, unpopular opinion, I would say Return of the Jedi is actually my favorite one. But I know in terms of influence and everything, obviously Empire Strikes Back was probably one of the most influential Star Wars movies to ever come out of the gate. And I think that's because something was so special about the original Star Wars when it came out, and thinking it was a one-off, and then to hear that there was going to be a sequel before sequels were immediately shrugged off as like, oh, dang it. It's just like a bastardization of what came before. we were getting another sequel. We were getting a sequel to Star Wars. And then when it came out, I mean, this movie completely takes a left turn from A New Hope, where there's a lot of emphasis on hope and the good guys are going to win. This is going to be, you know, a happy story. It turns around and everybody winds up in the dumpster in this movie. Like it's when you really think about it, it's a failure movie. Everybody kind of fails, which I loved about that. You know, it's a little more, it's a little dark. It puts a lot of people through adversity. I mean, we see our dude Luke get basically kidnapped and almost killed in like the first, you know, whatever it is, 20 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
The battles were absolutely amazing. It was really cool seeing a land-based battle. I was a huge fan of Hoth. I grew up in a town where we get 14 to 15 feet of snow every single year. So like when I was a kid, Hoth battles were 100% those were my steez, man.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah,
it's looking a bit
great
like
movie.
Hoth outside right now.
Midwest. That's the Midwest for you. What about you, Nick?
So Empire was actually my least favorite as a kid. I found it boring. Actually, it wasn't until I got older that I appreciated Empire. As a kid growing up, Jedi was my favorite. I watched it more than any of the other ones. As I got older, though, I had a whole new appreciation for Empire, and now, just depending on the day, it's kind of back and forth for me between Empire and Jedi. You know, some days I might really be feeling Empire, and I'm like, God, this is such a good movie. This is definitely the best one. And other days I'll be watching Jedi or something, and I'll just be like, God, this is so awesome. This is the best one, you know. So I kind of go back and forth. But yeah, my I mean, some of my earliest memories are from Star Wars. I remember when I was living in Michigan, my dad got all three movies on home video, brought them home, rented a second VCR, got some blank tapes, and, you know, put the movie in one VCR, put the blank in the other, and basically, you know, dubbed it over onto the blank tape. And those blank tapes that we dubbed them onto was how I watched Star Wars as a kid, and I wore those things out. I watched those movies so many times. Star Wars is definitely by far my favorite movie franchise of all time. And you know,
The greatest movie trilogy ever, too. The originals.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, your channel's called Echo Base. I mean,
yeah. Yeah.
That's why I decided to invite you for this one, because, you know, a certain Echo Base just happens to be in this movie.
Yep. Lord of the Rings is second for me, but it's close. It's a close second. I mean, it's right behind the OT for sure.
Okay. What about you, Judge?
Well, I know I was on last time. I think I realized afterwards that I accidentally lied about how I got into Star Wars. I said it was from video games, which is true, but I think I said it was because of the Battlefront, which obviously was great. But I'm pretty sure I played Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga first, and I was like, "Oh man, this is awesome." And I think I played that before I watched any movie. Like, I just knew Star Wars kind of was there, and then I played this Lego game. I'm like, maybe I should watch these films, and I did watch them. In numerical order, not release order. I know that might be evil, but I didn't know better. I was but a young Woopa. So, but yeah, that's kind of how I got into Star Wars, just through the video games. Back when they used to make a lot of really good Star Wars video games, now we get one good one every decade.
Dude, you remember Lucas? You remember
LucasArts?
LucasArts? Yeah. Oh my God, I missed that.
I just saw it. Made me so upset because I think maybe 2 days ago, maybe not even 2 days ago, they released footage from that 1313.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I mean, the graphics obviously weren't up to snuff for what today is, but it's like, wow, this looked like a game I would have liked to play. Thanks, Disney, for taking over and instantly canceling it, you jerks. But
I still want that game too. I'm still waiting for 1313. It's been almost a decade now, so
yeah, I think we're gonna be waiting a couple more decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we have another guest. I'll be quick with the introduction. He does pop talk, and he does sports talk. He is named after a salty body of water. Say hello to Mike, also known as Pacific 414. What's up?
What's up, Mike?
Greetings. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
We're doing great. How are you?
Wunderbar.
Oh, doing good. As you know, I just did my review for Chapter 6 of the Book of Boba Fett.
And everybody's loving it.
Or Mando Season 3.
Yeah.
I thought it was Season 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chapter 18 of Mando.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mike, tell me, how did you get into Empire Strikes Back or Star Wars in general?
How did I get into Star Wars? Because of my sister. My sister was a Star Wars fan. I was a Star Trek fan. But I would still watch the original Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. And I didn't hate Star Wars. It just didn't grab me right away when I was younger. But as I got older, I know XWing, I know. Shocker, right?
You offend me.
But as I got older, I started to gain more and more appreciation for Star Wars, especially Empire. Empire, for me, is the #1 movie of all of Star Wars. If you were to ask me what's my top 3, I would say Empire, Revenge of the Sith, and Star Wars.
Hey, that's my top 3 too.
Wow.
Different order though.
Yeah. Christmas special didn't make the cut?
No.
Why
would it make the cut?
Number 1. What are you talking
come
about?
on. But, I know some people don't like Empire because they say it leaves you on a down note, but I'm thinking, well, that's life. Life isn't always full of roses and rainbows and bright sunny days. In life, it likes to knock you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically, I mean, the most exciting part of the story is when things get, worse before they get better, and usually it's always in the middle chapter of a trilogy or the penultimate chapter in a saga. So, Empire Strikes Back fills that role in pretty well. I mean, it ends just like an old, cliffhanger serial from the 30s. Only difference is instead of going back to the theater next week to find out how our heroes, survive or get, get rescued, we had to wait 3 years.
Yeah.
We had to wait 3 freaking years. So 1980, I was not born. I was not born yet. So I had no idea what that was like. It must have been a night. It must have been crazy. So,
I was 5 years old and I barely remember seeing the movie in the theater because I was 5.
Yeah, Jedi was the only one I saw in theaters.
I didn't get to see any of them.
yeah,
Actually, that's not true.
Buck.
They did a re-release at the IMAX, and so I got to go see it, and I was just jealous.
But it was the special edition, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I what's funny was I missed out on that because I got the 1995 VHSs. So my folks weren't doing too well financially, so we just they're like, "Oh, you have the tapes, just watch those." So I watched the theatrical versions over and over and over and over again. So
those are the only versions I watched today.
I have a copy of the original VHS sitting on my shelf. I'm too afraid to find a VCR and put it in there because, what if it just destroys it?
Yeah,
exactly.
After all these years.
Yeah.
All right. Well, gentlemen, why don't we get started?
Woo.
So
I'm gonna bounce out for 2 seconds and be right back and try to fix my camera. Hang on 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's fine. So I'm not going to go any
Da,
further.
da,
Da, da,
da,
da, da, da, da, dun, 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 dun. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Dun, dun, dun,
da,
Star
da,
Wars.
da, 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 da,
Dun, dun, dun.
da.
Keep going, Nerdporeal.
It is a dark time
No.
for the rebellion. Although the Death Star has been destroyed, Imperial troops have driven the rebel forces from their hidden base and pursued them across the galaxy. Evading the dreaded Imperial Starfleet, a group of freedom fighters led by Luke Skywalker have established a new secret base on the remote ice world of Hoth. The evil Lord Darth Vader, obsessed with finding young Skywalker, has dispatched thousands of remote probes into the far reaches of space. It's interesting how in the original movie's opening crawl, the big threat was the Death Star. The Death Star was the villain, even though, I mean, I know we were talking earlier, last time, everybody felt Tarkin was the main villain. I felt Tarkin was basically the personification of the Death Star itself. So the Death Star was really the villain that needed to go. Vader, on the other hand, was basically an agent trying to, retrieve the plans. And of course, he kills Obi-Wan. That was basically the only time he really had his own little agenda. But this time, Vader now takes the role of the villain. And so far, they're getting their butts kicked. Like they're being chased from one planet to another. So we open the movie, we see the Star Destroyer, and it's deploying several probe droids. So we see one of them lands on Hoth. And who's the first person we see? We see Luke Skywalker, and we see him in what do you call it? Stop photography, stop motion photography. And he sees the probe coming down. He thinks it's a meteorite, and he's like, "Hey, Han, I'm gonna go check it out." And then of course he gets attacked by the Wampa. And the Wampa just hits him on the back, and he's just got blood all over his face because, that's what happens. Being hit by a Wampa is equivalent to Mark Hamill getting into a motorcycle accident.
Yeah, it's almost stunning how close those two are.
Yeah.
Really.
So was the Wampa working for the Empire? I don't think they ever addressed that.
Could have been.
I think there was a possibility that they were going to be using Wampas as weapons. I think they were going to unleash them on worlds and stuff. I mean, they needed to fill that Death Star hole with something terrorizing.
So much of me just wants to one day be like, "Don't you even read the comics? Do you not remember that when Vader was hiring the Wampas? Like,
yeah,
pick up a book.
Wants to land them on the side of the ship so you can invade.
Yeah, like space horses."
Yeah.
So the next scene, we see Han, and he goes back to the Rebel base, and he finds Chewie, and Chewie is basically working on the Falcon. Apparently, the Falcon has been, I don't know exactly what happened before, but the Falcon apparently needs to be fixed. So Han goes and tells General Reich, and he says there's no signs of life out there, and they put sensors in place. So I'm thinking, are they sensors for in case there's intruders, anyone approaching the base? I'm assuming that's the case. And of course, Han says, "Hey, I have to leave. I have a debt to pay to Jabba the Hutt and stuff." And I'm thinking, wait a minute. If I remember correctly, this Empire takes place 3 years after Star Wars. So what the heck? I have no idea. What the heck has he been doing for 3 years? Just hanging out with the rebels, just hiding with them, and stuff. So
he's been fixing the Falcon for 3 years.
It kind of makes me wonder: did he spend all that money that he made from the, or did he give it back? The money that he got from in Yavin? Because remember, he's they're like, "Oh, if the money's all that you love, then that's what you'll get." Kind of makes me wonder.
Maybe he never got the money, man.
Yeah, I'm guessing he probably gave it to them because he decided to join them and he wasn't going to take it. So that's my guess. So we go, and of course, Leia. The whole time he's talking, Leia's looking at him, and of course, she gets kind of pissed that he wants to leave and stuff, and she's like, "We need you, Han. We need you." And he's like, well, what about you need? Because you're talking like this, but you clearly like me, and I'm going to try and get you to admit it." So
I love that scene, by the way, because in a bunch of the EU books, like that is 100% Han. He is just such dude. He's like a jealous when it comes to like him being romantic. He's not a good romantic partner. I would tell you that much.
He's very direct about it.
He's super direct, and he's wicked jealous, and he's super. Honestly, he's a little manipulative, man.
Yes,
I read this book called the Courtship of Princess Leia. I don't know if you guys have read that one. It is absolutely hilarious. He takes a gun that changes like your mind and kidnaps her and takes her to Dathomir against her will. You're gonna love me after 7 days.
Talk about a rough date.
Yeah.
And of course, we hear the line. It's like, "Hey, he's like, hey, why are you following me? You afraid I was going to leave without giving you a goodbye kiss?" And then what does she say? It's like, "I would soon rather kiss a Wookiee." He's like, "I can arrange that. You could use a good kiss."
I love those two.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we next scene, R2 and 3PO and R2 are arguing about something. 3PO tells Han that Leia is concerned about Luke. And, of course, Han's like, "I turned off the comm. I don't want to talk to her." And he's like, 3PO's like, "Well, Master Luke hasn't come back yet. Nobody knows where he is." Then, of course, Han's like, "Really?" And he covers 3PO's mouth because he's like bullying 3PO this whole movie.
Yeah.
And he's like, deck officer. Where's his Commander Skywalker report in yet?" And he's like, and the deck officer's like, "Well, he could have came in through the south entrance." He's like, Could have. Well, why don't you find out? It's getting dark out there. Yes, sir. So Han's got a little, got a bit of a command presence. So, basically, I think Han takes it upon himself to get a tauntaun, and they're telling him not to do it. They're like, "It's getting too cold out. Your tauntaun will freeze before you get to the first ridge." And he's like, I'll see you in hell.
That's the only line from Empire Strikes Back that I hate.
Yeah, because it's very Earth. I'll say it's very
earthy.
Yeah. So
I'm like, so Christianity is a thing in Star Wars, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the only line.
Well, he does say, "What the hell are you doing later?" I think. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he says it later.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, so we go back to Luke, and Luke is upside down in the Wampa cave, and his feet. I looked at this. I was thinking about like his feet are frozen to the roof of the cave. I'm like, wouldn't he wouldn't that kill his feet? Wouldn't that kill his feet basically?
And how did that happen? Did the Wampa can it breathe ice out?
I don't know. Maybe he held Luke up for a period of time until the boots got frostbitten.
Okay, so great theory, but here's my question: water has to be liquid before it can freeze. So how did he keep liquid water on the ceiling?
Yeah,
maybe the Wampa's a water Pokemon.
I was thinking saran wrap, maybe he saran wrapped the water. Maybe he's got some kind of
I don't know.
See, so I don't know lore and such, but what I always thought it was and I'm probably just making stuff up, but I thought that was the Wampa saliva, stuck him up there.
I like that more than anything else. To be honest with you,
That's always what I kind of assumed. I just, I watched it. I'm like, well, that clearly must be it. I don't know. He's
like Venom. He's just got a tongue that
perhaps.
So basically, Luke comes to. His face is all beat up because being hit by a Wampa is like being getting into a motorcycle accident, and we see his lightsaber. His lightsaber's kind of sticking out of the snow there. And he tries to reach for it. That's his, first initial reaction is to try and reach for it. And he's like, I'm going to use this force thing that Obi-Wan taught me 3 years ago. And so he reaches out his hand and he gets the lightsaber. he evaporates the water. I'm guessing he evaporates the water without hitting his feet, so he's lucky that he didn't hit his feet with the lightsaber, cutting his feet off. And then the Wampa comes and attacks him, and he cuts off the Wampa's arm. What's interesting is in the original version, we only see the arm. We only see a shot of the arm falling down onto the ground. In the I think it was, I don't know if it was the DVD, I think, where, or maybe the special editions where we see the Wampa, we see the Wampa itself without its arm screaming.
Yeah, that was the special addition to the movie.
I've noticed there's so many unneeded additions and stuff.
Yeah, which I don't know if you saw the making of Empire Strikes Back and the original scenes with the Wampa creature that they had. It looked really bad. It's no surprise that they cut all that out because they just couldn't get it to look good enough. So they ended up just cutting it all out. Of course, then when George wanted to start messing with them, he wanted to put that back in there. And then we got that scene in the special edition.
Yeah,
but I almost wish if they were going to do that, they should have put that whole Wampa scene back in there with the rebel soldiers and the Wampas, basically in a shootout, battle in the Hoth's base. And then, of course, you got 3PO ripping this warning sticker off the door where they had him trapped, where the snow troopers actually ended up opening and ended up getting taken out.
Yeah, that's right. I was wondering why they didn't end up using the Wampa scene in the base.
Yeah, it was probably just like this is a lot of unnecessary storyline here.
It didn't add anything to it. It didn't add to the overall story.
It's like playing a video game and going on one of the side quests.
Speaking of video games, just like I was telling XWing this earlier, every time I see the Wampa, I always think of Shadows of the N64 Shadows of the Empire game, where you had to shoot the Wampa at least 100,000. Okay, not 100,000, but you had to shoot it 100 times for it to drop it with the.
I still have calluses on this finger from that Z button from just
Yeah, Coach and me played that his house when we were in middle school, and I was like, "Is this thing have armor for skin or something?" Like, good God, how many times you got to shoot this thing?
I want to see that in live action. I want to see Han shooting a Wampa, but he has to shoot him 150 times. And you know what I really want to see? Maybe I'll do this. I'll do this one of these days. Is load up Shadows of the Empire, count how many times it takes. How many shots it actually takes to kill a Wampa?
I think it's 20. I think it's 20 to 25 times. I think.
No way.
It's way more than that.
No way.
Way more for sure.
Well, depends on the difficulty. I'm thinking medium or something. Jedi probably 100.
Dude, I'm thinking at base level hardness, it was at least 56.
Yeah.
56?
Legit. And I mean, I played this, I don't know what it was.
That's a very specific number.
3 months ago or something like that. I just remember beep, 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 and that went on for a solid 30 seconds.
Wow. And then there was another video game. There was the DLC of the first Force Unleashed game, where you play the evil future where Starkiller is basically Darth Vader, and you sneak onto Hoth, and I think you go through a bunch of tunnels to access Echo Base.
Yep.
And I think it's the same way the Wampas access Echo Base, and you fight a bunch of Wampas, and then of course it ends with you basically capture Luke, and you turn him to the dark side, and for some reason he shoots red Force lightning at you. It's not blue. It's not the usual blue. It's red Force lightning.
I don't remember that.
He becomes your apprentice, and they never followed up on that.
Yeah, the DLCs for that game were awesome.
I remember the Endor where you hunt down Leia and you have to fight Leia, but she's a Jedi.
That was
that was Force Unleashed 2.
Yeah.
So
on Endor.
So you played as the other evil ending. So, but here's the thing, the one that's before that, the Tatooine chapter for the DLC, you basically try to stop the Millennium Falcon, and you fight Ben, Obi-Wan, and you kill him, and then you fight his Force Ghost, and then you kill his Force Ghost. I felt horrible after playing. It was awesome, but it was horrible at the same time.
You're supposed to feel dirty after that.
I did. I felt, because I love Alec Guinness's Obi-Wan and stuff, so it was crazy. So, yeah, that just, oh man.
Boy, we got off track.
Yeah, yes, we did. So, Luke basically frees himself, basically dispatches the Wampa, and he runs out into the blizzard in the middle of Norway, outside the hotel, according to Irvin Kershner. So
yeah, 15 feet outside of the hotel.
Yeah, it was like 18. It was like 18 feet. I think they said it was 18 feet of snow out there. It was they chose to shot during the worst winter in that part of Norway. So
it worked.
Yes, it did. It did.
Yeah, it was great.
Yes, it did. So we go back to the base, and R2 is scanning for him, and 3PO tells him to come along. Luke is continuing to, he's trudging along in the snow. He collapses, and then he gets back up. Han goes out. He has like some sort of it looks like he has like a remote control like car thing or something. I'm guessing it's a scanner to locate Luke or something. And then we go back to the base, and then they're telling Leia, "Oh, the shield doors need to close. It's getting too cold out. It could damage the doors and stuff." So they go ahead and close the doors, and we see a very emotional Chewbacca kind of growling, missing Han and Luke and stuff. And of course, we get back to Luke, and a certain Obi-Wan appears to him. And of course, we know what he says. He's like, "You will go to the Dagobah system. There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me." And then, of course, Luke is like, "Ben, help me." And Ben just, vanished, or he fades away. And of course, right then, Han appears. And we get this iconic scene. Han's like, "Come on, kid, don't stay with me." And he takes one time Han takes Luke's lightsaber and uses it for something. Why? Well, because Han's Tauntaun froze to death. So he basically opens up the Tauntaun. And you see all the innards kind of crawling out. Yeah. He's like, "This may smell bad, kid, but it'll keep you warm." And
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
Can we just give Seth MacFarlane credit for like one of the greatest Family Guy scenes ever?
Yeah.
When he cuts it open. On the outside. Yeah. Oh, I loved that.
Oh, I love. I will.
I love watching something dark side.
I will definitely be bringing up references to that and to Robot Chicken.
Yeah.
So
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
So they're Carlos Spicy Wiener. So they're so after that, it basically we basically go back. The time, like I think time passes into the morning. So now we see the snow speeders for the first time. And Rogue 2 is out there looking for Han and Luke. He's like, "Captain Solo, do you copy?" And of course, Han, being Han, says, "Good morning. Glad you guys could drop by." And then, of course, they come. They bring Han and Luke back, and Luke, we see a Bacta tank for the first time. So Luke's inside a Bacta tank. I'll be honest, when I first saw that, I wasn't sure that was Luke, because it looked like a chubby guy in there. And from when I was a kid, I thought that was just a random chubby guy that was in the Bacta tank. I didn't realize it was Luke right away. So I don't know why. It's just the way it looked. So so we get another scene with all of our crew together. Something that we wanted for the Disney stuff, but we won't get into that. So Luke is like, or Han is like, "How you doing, Luke?" And of course, Leia comes in, and and Han's like, "Well, you kept me here again. We can't leave." And she's like, and Han's like, "Well, I guess reason why I'm still here is because you can't let a gorgeous guy like me out of your sight." And she's like, I forget what she say. She's like, "I don't know where you get your delusions, Laser Brain."
Laser Brain.
And then Chewbacca's like, "Laugh it up,
fuzzball."
You didn't see her in the South Passage. She expressed her true feelings for me. What? You stuck up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder. And the one thing he gets
scruffy.
Yeah, and the one thing he gets offended is, who's scruffy looking? And of course, Luke is like completely embarrassed by this whole thing and stuff.
Yeah,
so there's a little bit. There's a little bit.
You could just see him like wanting to crawl into like a hole somewhere and just get out of there.
So
he's like, no, it's totally fine, guys. I almost just died, but please do this in my recovery room.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of so there's some there's that love triangle that they're talking about. And of course, we can never forget the original movie where Luke and Han are in the Falcon cockpit, and Luke's like, "How do you like her?" And he's like, "I'm trying not to, kid." And then Han's like, "Well, let me ask you this: do you think a princess and a guy like me?" No.
Yeah, immediately he
and then Han's like, time. Yeah, and Han just smiles because he knew exactly what Luke was doing. They both like her. He's like, no, you can't have her. It's mine. So apparently, right after that, I think they get the so the whole nerf herder thing happens, and then what does Leia do? She kisses Luke in front of Han to spite him.
What a psychopath!
Yeah.
And this was before they decided. Lucas decided to make Leia Luke's sister. And I was reading that Mark Hamill was actually pretty disappointed when he found that out, that Leia was his sister. Yeah. And Hamill likes to tease Carrie Fisher a lot, so he went up to her and he's like, "Hey, if I'm your brother and you're royalty, does that make me royalty too?" And she's like, "No."
God, I love
that was Carrie Fisher's reaction.
I just love the fact that they kept in the scene where Hamill goes like,
yes.
Yeah. That was like
you just kissed your sister, my guy.
So apparently, originally, because they were going to make it like a 9-movie series, they were going to make like him look for his sister in like the second trilogy. So like I think it was episode 7. So whereas the episode 7 that we ultimately got, everyone went to look for Luke. In that movie, I think Luke would have went to look for his sister and stuff. This is according to Screen Rant, so I don't know how true this is. So, and apparently, episode 9 would have been the ultimate, fight with the Emperor, but he'd be fighting his sister instead of Vader. So his final confrontation with Vader would have been separate from his final confrontation with the Emperor. So, but yeah, I just read that. I don't know how true it is, because Lucas likes to keep everything under wraps. So
yeah.
So what happens next? So Leia kisses Luke. Well, yeah, the rebels spot the probe droid. So the probe droid, you have that nice little black, evil looking droid, very detailed and stuff. And
they go over it on the scanners, right?
Yeah,
we're picking something up.
Yeah, and 3PO's like, this is not a code of the Alliance. It could be an Imperial code or something.
Mm-hmm.
So Han and Chewie go out there and they basically, they shoot it and it basically blows itself up. And what does Han say? It's a good bet the Empire knows we're here. And then the next scene is a very iconic scene. Dun, 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 dun. The first time we hear the Imperial March. So we hear dun, 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 dun.
Such a great piece of music.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
There will never be another John Williams, dude.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with that. So, and of course, we see the inside of the Star Destroyer. Apparently, Darth Vader has a Star Destroyer that's like 3 times bigger than all the other Star Destroyers.
The Executor.
The Executor.
Some people call it the Executor. I've always called it the Executor.
That's what I've always called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened
Sounds like the Pokemon.
I listened to an audiobook and they say the Executor, so I just go with the Executor.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah.
Who narrated it? Was it Mark Thompson?
I have no idea. I think they mentioned in Heir to the Empire. They mentioned like Vader's ship and stuff, and that's where I first heard the Executor.
Always called it the Executor.
Yeah. So it's actually sounds cooler than Executor. Executor, really?
I'll text George. I don't know what he thinks, or but maybe he can tell me.
George, Mr. Lucas. Okay.
No, my friend George.
Oh, your friend George. I didn't know you're friends with George Lucas. I mean,
sure.
He does live not too far from me. He lives in the Chicagoland area. Oh boy. You ever see that video of George Lucas like completely video bombing this?
There's the guy doing the interview down the street.
Oh yeah,
George just like walks right past.
He looks right into the camera and walks behind him and walks in the hotel.
The greatest.
That was in Chicago. That was downtown. I forget.
I would have been sick seeing that.
Dude. I need to make like a little short.
He was right behind me.
Oh, dude, could you imagine? I need to make a little short where it's him walking, and then he looks at the camera, and then you have what's that? Pennywise go, "Hiya, Georgie," and then it cuts to him walking.
Yeah.
We all float down here.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say just get a James Bond edit as he walks by. Had the little cylinder focus on.
So we're on board the Star Destroyer, and we see Captain Piet give a report to the lead admiral Ozzel, showing the footage of Echo Base. And of course, Ozzel, being a bureaucrat's like, oh, we don't know if that might be the base. It could be anything. It could be smugglers. And Vader chimes in and says, "Yep, that's the base. Go and set your course for the Hoth system." And of course,
and he's like, but there's
it could be smugglers. It could be
yeah.
It is there, and I'm certain Skywalker's with them.
This is another misstep by the Empire. Like, they are so budget conscious. Like, I mean, remember when the escape pod and it flew out, and they're like, "Oh, there's no life forms on board. Shoot it, shoot it anyway." Just shoot it. What happened in Family Guy? They're like, "What are we paying by the laser now?" Like, just shoot it.
Yes, shoot it. Paying by the laser. Why isn't there a bar? Why isn't there a bar here? Because they said we'd be leaning all day.
Yeah. So did you hear the fan theory on Hazel being basically a rebel spy? And he was trying to throw Vader off, and then he's also the same one that brought came out of hyperspace too close to the system. But he actually did that on purpose to give them some warning. So he was trying to throw them off from going there. Vader's like, "No, that's it." So then when he was like, "Crap, we're going there," and he has no way to warn them, he comes out of hyperspace too close to the system on purpose to give them warning.
I love that theory.
I like that theory.
Yeah, I do too.
I love that.
Of course, Admiral Ozzel does not live to see that, because, as Darth Vader says, "You have failed me for the last time, Admiral. Captain Piet, take over and deploy the fleet. You are in command, Admiral Piet." Thank you, Lord Vader. And he looks down. He's like, "I better not F up."
Yeah. So every time I hear that line, have you guys ever seen the Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog?
Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So he goes up to a guy and he's like, "All right, he's gonna do a scene from Empire Strikes Back," and there's one of the nerds standing in line for the I think Attack of the Clones did that whole scene right there where he was saying the lines and everything. And it's really funny. And then Triumph the Insult Comic Dog comes in and is like, "Well, you're not breathing heavy enough. Like, pretend like you just ran 10 feet,
Shout out to Wakizashi's Tea House. Yes, shout out to Nerdporeal in the panel. Love this movie. Have you read Splinter of the Mind's Eye? I have not. I hear that was supposed to originally be the original sequel to Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So I have not read it. So
written by Alan Dean Foster, who we've actually had on the channel before.
Yep. And I asked him. I sent you guys a super chat. I asked him a question about Alien. Yeah. So basically, I think the big reason why Vader was pissed was because they pull out light speed too close to the system, and because of that, instead of being able to simply bombard the planet with turbo lasers and stuff, there's a shield. So they have to go down and they have to do this the hard way. So they have to send the walkers down to do a ground assault. So,
which, if I may, is standard procedure. If you're assaulting a planet, and I'm going over this through, I mean, if you've read, what was it called? The Final Command? I think it was called Final Command. It was the last of the original Thrawn trilogy. They go over this. That was like, there's only two ways to assault a planet. One, you bombard it from the air and you destroy basically everything, or you send a ground team in to take out the planetary shield, and you may get locked in a battle for, God knows how long. It could be a 3-year-long conflict, before you ever get to the shield generator. So,
so the first option is the more economical way to, and of course one that will allow ensure victory and stuff.
It's like a castle siege.
Yeah,
but you destroy the castle in the process.
Yeah, exactly. So, so basically, the rebels are basically doing. They're basically going through evacuation procedures. So I think they're sending out all the transports with all the supplies, I believe. So those are going out first, and they're having like 2 fighters escort them. Leia's giving like a little pep talk explaining the situation. And so, once they open the shield, and they send I think a single transport at a time. They fired the boob-shaped ion cannons, and of course, in Family Guy, some guy goes like,
yeah.
And then they're like, what do they say on the Star Destroyers? Like, dun dun dun. He's like,
oh, good, first catch of the day.
Our first catch of the day. So they must.
You don't fish.
Our first, and then they shoot the ion cannons, and they disable the Star Destroyer. And then we hear the first transport is away. Yay! The first transport is away. And then
I wish George would have gone back when he was doing the edits and changed those ion cannons to blue. That's my only wish.
The beams or the actual ion cannons, the color of the ion cannons themselves.
No, not the color of the ion cannon. No, the blast. It should be blue.
What was the blast in the movie? I can't think of it.
It was red.
Yellow? Oh, it was red?
Yeah, it was like a red, yellow-ish. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and blue is the
ions. Ions are blue. So that would have been a nice change, but.
So basically the battle begins. We see 5 walkers approaching from far away. And of course, the rebels launch the snow speeders, and the Battle of Hoth begins. Okay, I love these themes. Empire's just So they got the so they're trying to shoot the AT-ATs or the AT, or what do you guys say? Do you guys call them the AT-ATs or the AT-ATs or something?
I say AT-AT.
The only reason I say AT-AT is because if I'm talking about an AT-ST, I don't say ATs.
I say AT-STAT for the AT-ST.
It's not how it's spelled.
That's just what I've always called it since I was a kid. AT-STAT.
And it looks like we have another guest. We have Baron Orman Tag. He survived. His brother survived the Death Star, and he is here to join us. And he's reading The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, hi!
Hi,
everybody.
How you doing?
I was just reading along. No, this is not exactly the same copy. But when I went to see Empire Strikes Back as a kid at the Southtown Theater, this is what was greeting us at the concession stand. My dad picked up. Well, this is my second copy. The first one kind of fell apart. They only put one staple on it, fell apart. So I had to get another one. And he told me emphatically, "Listen, you little crap. You do not read that until after the film." So I was sitting on to that whole thing through the whole movie. I wanted to find out what's this Yoda. It's like, stay away from that. I'll feed it to the dog.
You'll spoil your dinner.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, everybody, how you all doing tonight?
Good,
Hey,
good.
you came in at the right time. We're starting the Battle of Hoth now. So
Let's go.
So where to begin? So they try to shoot the AT-ATs, and there's no stopping them. Like their armor is way too strong. So Luke comes up with an interesting idea. So before, I think the snowspeeders were adapted from like towers or something. Towing
They're
ships.
utility vehicles, yeah.
Utility vehicles. So they have these tow cables. So what do? They shoot the tow cable and they go for the legs. So Luke tries to have his gunner Dak do it, and if we don't remember, I have to bring this up. Dak basically tells all of us that he feels like he can take on the entire Empire himself. And Chris Griffin responds to, "Are you effing crazy?"
He's like, "Are you sure you got this one? Hey, everybody, Dak's got this one."
And of course, Dak, they shoot his portion of the ship, and Dak is killed. So F's in the chat for Dak. You know, he tried to take on the Empire. So F's in the chat for that. And
we finally got a Dak Ralter figure with the Black Series T-47. Finally,
right, that's awesome.
That's
so Luke,
cocky, arrogant little crap. You.
So Luke cannot do the maneuver. So he has Wedge do it, and I don't know if what's Wedge's gunner's name? Jansen. Why is he always smiling? Is he like on drugs or something? Like he's like smiling. He's like, hey, he's like, aim the tow cable. He's smiling.
I would never ride, in the back of a T-47, but I'm just saying, like, he's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's trying to kill some imps. And I love that energy.
Yeah.
He's
so
third or fourth death stick and going, "Wow, man, look at those metal elephants. Let's kick some ass."
Yeah, that's basically what they use. They use elephants. They use the movement of elephants to do the stop motion for the AT-ATs.
He was Legolas of the Star Wars trilogy, right? He's like, "I'll take that thing down."
That still only counts as one.
Yeah, that still only counts as one. Yeah, that's true. So,
my God.
So they do the tow cable maneuver. They go around, and then of course, the cables, cause the first AT-AT to collapse. And for some reason, all of a sudden, because it's on the ground the way it is, all of a sudden they can just shoot it and it blows up. So like, I guess the armor is no longer a thing because it fell down.
It's only effective at 40 feet.
Only effective at 40 feet. Gotcha.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's kind of like speed. Kind of like speed, when you're over a certain height, but when you get below that, you're dead.
It's like a shark. It can only live if it keeps moving. If it stops, it just poof.
I was wondering that when I was watching this. This is the first time. I haven't watched these in a while. This is the first time watching the theatrical versions.
So here's the only explanation I can think of. When it falls like that, some sort of fuel line breaks, and it takes a spark from that blaster to, because now it's leaking everywhere.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the other thing I forgot. Right after the thing goes down, the AT-AT goes down. There's a mustache rebel leader general. He's like, come on, and then it blows up. So maybe it was the magic of the mustache.
That's what I think it is.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Understandably.
Like, I don't know. I'm wondering if his character has a name. I'm sure his character has a name by now, but yeah, he just says, come on, and then they.
Oh my God, it's 7. I have to go.
All right. So do you have anything you want to plug? Do you have a channel? I think you have a channel, don't you, XWing?
I do. I have a channel. It's called XWing, just like it's spelt right there. No hyphens, no spaces, no commas, no nothing. Just XWing. Yeah, no @aliciousness. I was thinking about changing my channel name though. Like maybe people who look up Key and Peele will just be like, boop.
Change it to TIE Fighter.
Yeah. Well, when I drink, my name is actually Commander Ty, not X-Wing.
Oh,
so
okay.
Maybe I'll make another channel for Commander Ty. I don't know. Anyways, I'm X-Wing. I love talking Star Wars. I like Star Wars. I don't know if you can tell that, but yeah, I don't know if you guys want to come and hang out and talk some stuff. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, you were great. I'd love to have you on again. I'd love to have you on for Return of the Jedi. I think that's going to be in a couple of weeks, so I'd love to have you on again for that.
I'm super in for that. Yeah, for sure. Especially on a night when I don't have I completely forgot about that, and I apologize that I had another one. But Judge Whoopa, it was nice to meet you. Baron Ormond-Tug. I need to get
Good
one
to
of
see
those
you.
pipes. Give me one of those pipes, dude. And
I'll
then Mike,
find
I've seen you in my chats, dude. It's awesome getting to talk to you and hang out for sure. And then Nick, Echo Base Network. I don't know if I've seen your channel before, but I mean, it's nice to finally talk to you.
Yeah, we're pretty small time. You probably haven't.
No, not really, but you know,
What's Echo Base Network?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But oh, hey, by the way, flights were booked today, Nick.
Oh, for Nashville?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sweet. So you're gonna make it out.
I'm
Awesome.
gonna be there. I'm gonna be there.
Awesome.
Okay, guys. Well, have a good night. May the force be with you. I will. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back for sure. Nerdporeal. I'm enjoying the heck out of this because this is a little more sweaty than my stuff usually gets, and I am a big fat sweaty. So I enjoy the heck out of this. I love it.
Go tie one on, X-Wing.
All right, guys.
See what I did there?
Take care.
May the force be with you.
And also with you.
Hey, look, I'm at the top now. Is this like is Nerdporeal Vader? And it's just, you have failed me for the last time, X-Wing. Oh,
Nick's the special guest star, so he gets to be on the top.
that's fair.
So
Hey, I was a special guest there last time. You didn't put me on top, did you?
Actually, yeah, that's true. Here,
I just can't. Crap.
So, okay, so where we leave off. So Mustache Guy says, "Come on," and then they blow up that first AT-AT. And then after that, I believe, let me see. I think Luke's on the ground. Or no, so the Rogue 2 gets shot down, and then Luke gets shot down. Luckily, Luke doesn't. Luke just crashes into the snow. He doesn't blow up or anything because of plot armor. But that's beside the point.
He gets out at night.
Exactly, that too. So he gets out and he basically uses a harpoon. Propels himself up to the underbelly of the AT-AT, and throws a grenade in, and it just drops and it blows up. Nice little shot of the AT-AT just falling over. So,
the one thing I loved about that is that back leg just kicking out as it's going over, kind of like it's kicking the bucket type of thing.
Yeah.
Also in this battle, we see our first chicken walker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the ATST. You see it from far away. It's like in the distance. So you don't really see it close up, and you see it from the side. So,
in fact.
So let's see. And then, of course, I noticed this because once again I'm going to bring up Shadows of the Empire. The boss theme from Shadows of the Empire plays out during this part of the battle. The command center's basically been hit. So basically, Han goes to the main center and gets Leia out. And while that's going on, the Imperial troops have entered the base. And I believe this was right. This was right before, I think, General Veers, played by the great, what's his name? I can't think of his actor's name, but he was in Indiana Jones, and James Bond, played villains.
Julian Glover.
Julian Glover basically takes out the Echo base. I got a question, Nick. Is that painful for you to see them to blow up in spectacular explosion, blowing up the shield generator of Echo base?
Oh, every time I watch it.
Every time. I figured.
Every time I watch it, which I pictured that scene when after we released our review for Book of Boba Fett episode 2, after we got hammered by people for our opinions on episode 2 of Book of Boba Fett. I was picturing that scene where Echo Base gets blown up. I was like, that's what's happening to our channel right now.
Oh wow. I have not seen Book of Boba Fett. So
You're not missing much other than the last 2 episodes, which is basically Mando season 2.5.
I saw the scene. So apparently they pulled a Game of Thrones where they brought a moment that fans wanted to see and they made it off screen. Like I think there was Luke and Ahsoka, basically.
Yeah.
Like they did that when Game of Thrones with when John was supposed to reveal to Sansa and Arya that he's supposed to be Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark's son and stuff. He's supposed to be the heir to the Seven Kingdoms, but of course they cut out of that because that's the way they write now. So, all right. So to get back to this, so
that's all I gotta say is that's what you get for getting your shield generators from Etsy. Okay, Nick.
Yeah.
So let me see. So basically, all the rebels are retreating, and Leia is basically cut off from the transport. So she's running with Han down the corridor, and of course, the corridor collapses. Like the ceiling starts collapsing, her transport's cut off. So she ends up, to her dismay, she has to escape on the Falcon with Han. So more bickering down the line. So basically, we see snowtroopers they have those unique, like, instead of having the typical stormtrooper helmet, they have like they kind of look like hazard. They look like hazmat type of helmets. I think. I don't know how snowtroopers. Yeah, they have like if they had like like imagine a Halloween mask, but also like a hazmat type of look. I think.
Yeah, I always looked at them as like white versions of Cobra Commanders.
Yeah, that too.
Cloth.
Yeah.
Head covering.
I'm guessing it's effective in the cold. I'm guessing those outfits or something.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
So basically, Vader comes himself. He's down there. He's down in the base, and of course they get away. They shoot a few with the Millennium Falcon turret, and then they fly off. And of course, when they fly off, Dash Rendar has to escape from that same docking bay. Oh wait, sorry, that's not canon yet. So, so Luke sees. So we see a little shot of Luke. Luke is walking, and he sees the Falcon leaving, and Luke right away gets onto the X-wing, and it's him and R2, and they fly off. And here's the thing: how did Luke? This is my question. How did Luke evade the blockade, the Imperial blockade? Did he just leave on the opposite side of the planet that they were on?
That's my guess.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of, and maybe there were so many other larger ships and transports leaving. Just a single small fighter really didn't register to them at the time, or they probably weren't as concerned with that. But the other weird thing is, when you see Luke leaving the planet, you see no other Star Destroyers, no TIE, like nothing. It's like he's leaving. It's just like there's nothing there in the space around him, which was definitely weird.
And it was the complete opposite with the Falcon. Everyone was onto the Falcon. It was like they exited on the wrong side of the planet.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably the reason why is they were paying more attention to the Falcon because they figure that's that ship. He's got to be on that ship.
Yeah.
So that was the goal. Let's go after that Falcon and let's try to find out. He probably figured, if Luke's not on there, obviously there's other people on there that we can get Luke with.
Yeah, exactly. And Darius Munchausen asking, "Hey, Nerdporeal Lifeform, do you like the Star Wars movies?" I don't know what those are, so I can't answer that. So apparently there are movies that people like.
Star Wars, what's that?
Yeah.
Don't insult my intelligence, Kirk. So basically, we go back to Han, and they're basically being chased by a Star Destroyer, and they're also being chased by 4 TIE fighters. And so basically, since they cannot access the they cannot get the hyperdrive to work, they're kind of stuck there. So they have to flee the best that they can. So I think the first thing we see is we see something that we didn't see in The Last Jedi, where they're trying to. There's 2 Star Destroyers coming at them from the front, and they're trying to cut them off. And I think Han does a maneuver where he goes down, or at least the way the screen looks, it looks like he's going down a vertical direction. And of course, the 2 Star Destroyers are very close to colliding. and then of course you see that little emergency. You hear that little emergency alarm on the Star Destroyer. So the TIE fighters, it's only 4 TIE fighters. Basically, follow them into the asteroid field, and of course we get to hear the great asteroid field theme. Dun 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 dun. So
yeah,
Well,
I think this was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, and to take a couple steps back, we got to see some excellent portrayals of how they trained the Imperial officers. Take evasive maneuver, and what do? They turn themselves against the wall.
Yeah.
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 I was gonna say, was it XWing who was saying, the Empire's problem is that they're too worried about costs. Like again, they've got these 3 Star Destroyers around, or not Star, yeah, but and they only sent 4 TIE fighters out of that whole unit. Like they surely have way more TIE fighters that people just on standby. And I know I'm being nitpicky. I'm just kind of messing around, but it is funny when you think about that. It's like, man, they have so many people manning those ships, and they're like, well, we can only afford 4. Like, how short-staffed is the Empire?
Yeah, there should have definitely been way more TIE fighters. But at the time of the making of the movie, budget constraints, they were already over budget on the movie anyways. Like, they're like, just we got to have some in there. Just throw 4 in there. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Addy Wan's special editions of Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, but they're basically fan edits with additional scenes in there. So, like in the first Star Wars movie, the attack on the Death Star, there's like way more TIE fighters, way more X-Wings, way more space battle stuff. And then he does the same thing with Empire. Like the Battle of Hoth is like you see the doors opening up on the AT-AT, snow troopers rappelling down off the sides. It's all really well done.
What is this called again?
Addy Wan's special edition. Hang on, let me. Addy Wan Empire Strikes Back. I'll post a. Yeah, it's called Empire Strikes Back Revisited. I'll post a link in the private chat. And you guys can go there, and he's actually working on Return of the Jedi now, and he's filming B-wing scenes with actors in cockpit scenes. Like he's goes all out. Like these are not cheaply made renditions of these movies. Like he puts a lot of special effects and additional scenes and all that into these. And I mean, the original versions of the films are by far my favorite, but these are right behind it. They're definitely worth watching for sure.
Oh, I'll have to definitely check those out then. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. So Star Wars and Empire are available and Return. They're working on Return of the Jedi right now.
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So with the Force, so basically because of the 4 TIE fighters, 2 of them get dispatched in the asteroid field directly. One gets smashed by a big meteor, or one gets smashed by a big asteroid, and the other one gets hit by a small asteroid, and it kind of goes like that. And then, of course, we see that famous shot of the Millennium Falcon going towards a very, very large asteroid, and then kind of twirling down to an even larger asteroid, like almost like a planetoid. And of course, they go through like a little crevice, and that's where the last 2 Star Destroyers get dispatched. They hit the walls as the Falcon is going in a vertical orientation. And of course, then they go into that hole in the asteroid, and they hide in that little cave. And that's basically the end of that scene.
Now, the one thing about that entire scene with the asteroid scene, I have probably seen that scene more often than I've seen any of the Star Wars films all combined together.
Yeah.
And the reason why is when I was a kid, of course, we didn't have VHS, that stuff. I mean, this was 1980. And the library would have the 8mm films, and they'd have little they have like for Star Wars, they had basically the escape from the Death Star and the TIE Fighter battle. And we watched that over and over again. The projectionists hated our guts. Let's put it that way. And then throughout the Empire, of course, the 8mm film they had was the going through the asteroid field. So the music was just ingrained in us, and the scenes, everything, the Falcon doing the loop going in there, and kind of going back to what some of the people were saying before, for being a kid growing up, we would debate The Empire Strikes Back. And of course, with basically the big thing we were debating about was the big reveal, which I don't want to spoil anything about the big reveal.
Yeah, not a lot of people have seen this movie, so they don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly. But so I just want to bring that part about the asteroid chase, because when we were kids, it was like the Star Wars escape from the Death Star and the asteroid chase, and those will always be ingrained in my mind the most, because again, like I said, I've seen that more than I've seen all the Star Wars films together.
The asteroid. It was to me like playing, like, I'm gonna go back to talking about Shadows of the Empire, because that's really the first Star Wars game that really made me interested in Star Wars. The third level of the game is you're in the asteroid field, and you're basically shooting asteroids, and you're shooting TIE fighters at the same time. And that was my first 3D experience. So other than Mario, like, Star Wars was my stepping stone into not only science fiction, but also 3D video gaming as well, because I never had a PC growing up. So it was always either a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, and so forth. So yeah, in this movie, I mean, it's iconic, and they play that very same asteroid field theme in the game. So,
then for video games for us, when we're growing up with the Atari 2600, ours was the battling the AT-ATs. And yes, I say AT-ATs.
That's
Hoth.
what I say.
That's what I say.
Yep, I was listening to all you guys talking about is AT-AT. I'm sorry, it will always be AT-AT. And if it comes to the other one, it's always Scout Walker. We never call it anything other than Scout.
I didn't know it was called AT, or I say AT-ATs. I never knew they were called AT-ATs until I played Shadows of the Empire, when they called them AT-ATs. I'm like, because in the movie, I mean, maybe they say it in the movie, I don't remember, but they only say Imperial Walkers in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all they ever said.
So, okay. So
we only knew about it because of the toy when it came out. You had on the box there AT-AT. It's like, oh, AT-AT.
Oh, okay.
And in the commercials for Kenner, they always said AT-AT. So that was when we're growing up. That's AT-AT, and it's always going to be AT-AT.
So at that point, 1980, was Kenner still like the sole toy company or toy merchandiser for Star Wars, or did more companies come in?
It was mainly Kenner.
Yeah, when it came around the action figures and the play sets and all that, it was Kenner.
Okay,
there's nothing else.
Yeah,
so I know about the history of, like, with the first movie, like Kenner wasn't nobody thought Star Wars was going to be a success, so Kenner made like a very simple amount of toys, and then because Star Wars became such a became such a success, that there was this, they got like orders and orders and orders. So, basically a mistake that a company like Nintendo would make, So,
and also because of Kenner producing the Star Wars toys, it caused Hasbro in '83 to make the G.I. Joe figures the same size as the Star Wars figures.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the Battlestar Galactica figures, if you remember that, they were the same size from Mattel. And then the Buck Rogers figures, I can't remember who those were, but they were also the same size.
How large were the figures? How large were they? Like 6 inches?
6, yeah, it all depended, but they're about 6. Darth Vader was a little bit taller than most. Actually, on the old backs of them, they actually told you the height of how tall the action figure was.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think I've ever, the only toys that I remember, I never had toys. My brother had the 90s Micro Machines, Star Wars, where you open the Darth Vader, you open the Stormtrooper, and then there's like, there's Bespin, or there's the Death Star, or some planet. So yeah, that was the only, and I actually played with those too. We lost a lot of the little figures because the Micro Machines are just like half an inch. They're like a half an inch tall, so, or maybe even less.
Okay, I got something here for you guys. The Kenner toy catalogs.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I got them going back to almost the original ones, kind of falling apart. But
Yep, you'd always get one in a vehicle or playset.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I still got them all, and I still drool over them. Let's see. Oh, it's like I want that one. I want that one. This was my favorite one, even though it is a Star Wars one. But here's my favorite one, and I think this is about the closest one to the original you had.
Oh wow!
And they don't have and the sizes they have in here, they go from 2¼ inches tall to 4¼ inches tall. So that was the sizes that they had. And this, of course, were the originals. So this is your original one going back to 1977, 78.
Oh, wow, that looks awesome. All right, you guys ready to move on? So we're now in Dagobah. We're now by Dagobah. So Luke basically tries to land in Dagobah, but apparently he kind of loses control and he can't see. The scopes are all dead, and he ends up crashing into a swamp. Now, my question is, I've had this conversation with a few of my friends. Do you think Yoda kind of manipulated that situation?
I do.
For Luke to crash in the swamp? Okay, we're in agreement on that.
Right close to where he was at. Because, I mean, if you think about it, there's no way he just flies to this planet and then just happens to just crash close to where Yoda's at. You know, I definitely think he used the Force and pulled the ship down, and that's why Luke was like, oh, he started losing all his controls and instruments and all that.
Yeah, I think you look at it a lot. I mean, if you go to the first movie, then he's able to thread the needle with the Death Star. They're establishing how great of a pilot he is, and then he just, I know that the conditions weren't ideal, but you're telling me that he wouldn't, be able to do a little better without some external interference, and then also just, you see, I don't want to spoil too much.
So Punkwow says, I think Yoda came out of his hut and yelled, "What are you doing in my swamp?" Oh, wait, that was Shrek. I'll be honest, I never saw Shrek.
Layers, Luke, layers. Jedis have layers.
Yes.
And my friend Brian says, I don't think it was Yoda. I think it was the Force.
Well, you have to think, even a small planet, because I think Dagobah is supposed to be smaller than most of the planets out there, is still a big thing. And to be able to crash right near almost Yoda's hut is nigh to impossible. Think of the odds. So something had to be enforced here.
Don't tell me about the odds.
And Yoda's hut is right by the dark side cave, so maybe that had something to do with it too. I don't know. So basically, they crash, and of course, in typical Star Wars fashion, there's like a monster in the water. Usually, like we had the eel in the Death Star compact trash compactor. Well, in this case, we have a monster. Like we don't see the monster. We just see like the top of its head or something. And R2 basically falls into the water, and the monster tries to eat R2, but then spits it out because, well, R2's a droid. He doesn't taste good. So R2's all messed up and everything.
Well, that's what Luke says. You're lucky you don't taste very good.
Yeah. Now, a little known fact about that scene. Of course, you know that those scenes were filmed in Esterly Studios over in England, and they're pulling talent from all over the Great Britain there. The thing that played the creature, that was the Loch Ness Monster that did that. So that was Nessie's little cameo appearance in Empire Strikes Back. Little known fact.
Oh, okay.
Honestly.
Okay.
Would I lie to you? Would I lie to you?
Never. Of course not. Never. All right, so we go back to the Star Destroyer, and basically Admiral Piet says, "Hey, we lost the Falcon in the asteroid field, and we do not want to risk." And then Vader's like, puts his foot down. He's like, "Asteroids do not concern me, Admiral. I want that ship, not excuses." So that was a nice little, threatening. Hey, if you pull this, you're gonna suffer the same fate as Admiral Ozzel.
Yeah.
And yet in a little bit later, Vader's going, "Oh, I got a call for the Emperor. Yeah, let's pull ourselves out of the asteroid field."
Yeah, exactly. What's funny is I never noticed that until because yesterday I was like hyper focused on the detailing and stuff of what's being said, and I looked at the screen and yeah, they do pull out of the asteroid field. I never noticed that. I never bothered to notice that.
I thought that was funny because it makes sense in all the context, but I just imagine, Vader just looking for an excuse to get out of it. He's like, I don't like this. I'm scared. And he's like, yes, we must take this call. I've got to take a call. Got to leave the asteroid field. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, the reception's a little bad here. We better kind of move out there. I got T-Mobile. I better get out. We're cool.
Why did Vader want the Millennium Falcon? I guess we'll find out. So basically, we're back in the cave, and basically they send 3PO to go talk to the Falcon with Chewbacca, and the cave rocks, and Leia basically ends up in Han's lap, and he's holding on to her, and she's like, "Get off of me! Get off of me!" And he's like, "Don't get excited." She's like, being held by you is bound to get me excited. Then he's like, "Well, I'm so sorry, princess." And then he just picks her up and puts her down. And I think that's basically the end of that scene. So it's building up to something apparently. So we're back on Dagobah, and Luke has set up camp. And basically Luke is like, this is like something out of dreams. I feel strange. And he's like, I feel like, and then you hear, feel like what? Like we're being watched. Away with your weapon. I mean you no harm. Okay, I can't do a good Yoda, but we don't know it's Yoda. We just see it's a funny little goblin-looking frog guy with the face of Stuart Freeborn, and the wrinkles of Albert Einstein. Because I was just watching Empire of Dreams, and that's where they got the idea to design Yoda. So basically, Yoda's basically just like he's just being a nuisance. He's laughing. He's eating Luke's food, and he's like, "How do you get so?
That's
big
my dinner.
How do you get so big eating food of this kind?" And he's like, "Oh, we would, but our ship got stuck and we can't get out." He's like, "Oh, here, let's get your ship out." And he starts like just going into his stuff and just throwing things everywhere. And Luke's getting pissed off, and R2 decides to step in and play tug of war with Yoda over that little glowy. I don't know what that was. That little glowy thing. And Yoda hits R2 with the stick. It's like mine.
Man.
Very, very Miss Piggy sounding because Frank Oz.
Well, Frank Oz, Grover, Fozzie, Miss Piggy.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it sounded more like Grover.
So Frank Oz is Grover too. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Interesting. So basically, he's like, "Oh, he's like, Luke is like, will you please move on, little fella? We got work to do." He's like, "Oh, I will help you find your friend, huh?" And he's like, "No, I'm not looking for a friend. I'm looking for a Jedi Master." "Oh, Jedi Master Yoda. You seek Yoda. Do you know him?" "Of course. I'll take you to him. I will. But first, let's eat."
First thing I thought of when I hear that too is just, of course I know him. He's me.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is one of the more important things. Before you got to about looking for a Jedi Master, he's looking for a great warrior.
Oh yeah.
Warriors don't make one great. I mean, what a powerful statement right there.
Yeah, and I mean, he if you watch the Clone Wars, especially I think the final episode with Yoda, the season 6, I think he says something in a similar fashion about war at the end. So it's a very moving thing. I forgot about it. I don't have the scene quite memorized, so I didn't get that down. So I should have remembered that. So they basically Luke leaves with Yoda. So we're back on the Falcon, and basically 3PO is like, "Hey, we're going to need to replace the negative power coupling." And Han's like, "Well, of course we're going to have to replace it." Then he whispers to Chewie saying, "I think we're going to have to replace the negative power coupling." And 3PO turns around, looks at him, is like, "Really?" So
Yes,
And then,
I always looked at that as like that to be Star Wars humor. Like it was like the humor in the OT was good humor. It didn't feel forced or cringy or kiddie. It felt real, and it was I I just love the humor in the OT compared
yeah,
to what
I
we're
totally agree.
getting
It's like
in other stuff.
yeah, I agree.
Organic and natural.
It's
Yeah.
it's in universe. Like you can believe that they're saying that and stuff.
Yep.
It's not like your Joss Whedon speak or the Marvel humor or now the freaking your Last Jedi humor or J.J. Abrams type of stuff. Like who's going to talk first? I talk first or you talk first? I'm like, what are you doing? What is
Yeah.
this? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a time to be. If I was being held by a Sith Lord or by someone using the dark side, I'd be peeing my pants.
Yeah.
So
I'd probably pass out.
Mikey would probably swoon and be like, oh,
I think it's a thing too, because I guess I understood what they were saying, because someone was talking about which Star Wars they liked in the OT, and they were saying, oh, Empire was too serious. And I think like rewatching, I'm like, obviously the stakes are higher. It seems more like they got, Lucas kind of knows what he wants more now, but like it's still very lighthearted. There's still a lot of jokes to be had. Still a lot, like even in serious moments, there's a lot of levity added.
Vader
isn't forced.
Vader had one of the great comedic lines in that movie in one of the more drastic scenes. Apology accepted, Captain Nita.
Yeah,
and we're almost there.
Yeah,
almost
sorry,
there.
I jumped ahead. I apologize.
It's all right. It's all right. It's not like these guys are going to see the movie,
No, who wants to see a 40-year-old film?
A movie that no one's heard of. Come on.
The Umpire Strikes Out or something. The baseball film.
Yeah. The bad news. Umpire Strikes Out. There you go. So after that little quip with 3PO, Han goes into like that little room, and Leia's trying to do some work, and she's having a hard time twisting I'm not sure what that was. Like she's had a hard time twisting I'll just say the thing after like doing some welding or something. And of course, Han tries to, help her, and of course she hits him, knocks him away. It's like, your worship. I'm only trying to help. Will you stop calling me that? Sure, Leia. And then of course, she's like, she's like, I like nice men. He's like, I'm nice man. She's like, no, you're not. And then they kiss and they just kiss. And they kiss for a little bit. And then all of a sudden 3PO interrupts them. Sir, I isolated the reverse power flux coupling. I think I got that right. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. And Han Solo turns around. He's like, thank you very much. He's very pissed. They got interrupted. You're perfectly welcome, sir.
I love that. The C-3PO, totally oblivious.
Totally oblivious.
The worst cock blocker in the entire original trilogy.
I think he did that on purpose. Get a little revenge on Han.
Yeah. You gonna treat me like crap? All right, I'm about to ruin your little moment here, buddy.
I'm gonna make certain parts of your body bluer than your jacket, sir.
Yeah.
All right, now we're on to a very meaty scene. We're back on the Star Destroyer. And Vader commands Captain Nita to sweep the asteroid field until they are found. So Admiral Piet says to Vader, the Emperor commands you to make contact. So Vader basically gets summoned to a chamber. He kneels on a little circle, and all of a sudden we see the Emperor. And I remember the original version had it was an actress, I believe, an older lady was in the robe or with the cowl on, but they had the voice of what was his name? Clive Revel, I believe. Yeah, Clive
Revel.
He was actually in an episode of Next Generation. He was in the Cupid episode of Next Generation. I never realized it, but yeah. So you're
forgetting the best thing too. Monkey eyes. Is that superimposed monkey eyes?
Yeah,
on there true. To make it look more alien,
make it
more
creepy.
Whatever.
Yeah. because you're wondering, is the Emperor an alien? Is the Emperor a human? You know, you're like, because all you see is the head, and and of course they. What did you guys think of? I think it was the 2004 DVD. It wasn't. I think, or it wasn't the special editions, but it was the DVD that they changed it, I believe, to Ian McDermott himself,
right,
in his Revenge of the Sith makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was the special editions that they.
So what'd you think of? What did you think of that change? I feel like they added too much dialogue.
They did.
Yeah,
they're like, because they mentioned, the son of Anakin Skywalker, and then Vader's like, how can this be? And it kind of goes against what you would think the movie is. You would think that Vader already knew about this, hence why he was obsessed. In the opening crawl, it says he was obsessed with finding Skywalker, and we assumed that was the reason. And so, like, I don't think, or unless Vader was pretending. You know what? I'll take that back. Vader was pretending to be in ignorance to the Emperor, because that was the nature of their relationship. Like, he didn't tell the Emperor everything. Emperor obviously didn't tell him everything. They didn't trust each other. So,
well, one of the things also, when it first came out in 1980, we didn't know exactly, and I don't think they at that time really knew where they were going to go with the Emperor. We were already being told in the first book with the movie that he was some sort of mid-level senator that managed to manipulate people and get to his position. We'd had no idea that he was a force user or anything like that. We just knew that he was the Emperor. So even in The Empire Strikes Back, the first time we saw it around, we still didn't know what the hell the Emperor was. Of course, when the special editions came out, obviously we knew.
But yeah. I heard that originally, like, with the original Star Wars, I heard the Emperor was basically a puppet that was basically controlled by Tarkin and Vader. At least that's what I always thought.
He allowed himself to be played like a puppet by the Senate, so he could get himself to become president of the Senate, which was at that time they didn't call it chancellor. Of course, when he took over, that's when he let his full machinations come out and show everybody that he was actually. You thought you were playing me, I played you.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's like we saw Tarkin, who had no force powers, bitch slapping Vader around in Star Wars. Yeah. It's like, well, this guy, what does this guy have on Vader that Vader is so loyal? We didn't know. We honestly didn't. And I don't think Lucasfilm at that moment exactly knew which direction they're going to go until Return of the Jedi actually started coming into full fruition.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like we were talking about last time, like they were going to make 9 films. And apparently the Emperor was going to be the final, villain of Episode 9, right. Which we got something like that.
And the thing is also, of course, the rule of 2 only came about with the prequel trilogy.
Yep.
In the original trilogy, with the lore, there was only one Dark Lord of the Sith. And that was always played out through the EU. If anybody read the old Tales of the Jedi comic books or whatever, there was only one Dark Lord of the Sith, and everybody was beneath him. And Darth Vader was the Lord of the Sith.
And so, so that was then the Emperor was not Lord of the Sith at all, at least from the beginning.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. This is the Emperor in the special edition here. And then, like we were saying earlier, they added too much dialogue. But this is actually a clip. I'm not going to play the clip, but I just wanted to show you. This is actually from the Adi-Wan Empire Strikes Back Revisited. He actually changes it to the Emperor from Return of the Jedi and uses the original dialogue from the original cut, not the special edition cut. So that was another change in the movie that he added in there that was really, really well done.
Is it still Ian McDermott's voice?
Yeah. Well, no, I think it is the original voice actor from Empire. It's just they have well, actually, He does. I think he got a voice actor who can mimic it. So yeah, the voice is does sound more like Ian McDermott from Return of the Jedi in the
Okay.
scene here. So yeah, but yeah,
Because I think they updated for the 2004 DVD release, didn't they? Or was it for the 97 special edition?
I think it was for the DVD. I don't think
So
they
what did
did
they
that.
use for the 91 when the special editions came out? What did they use for that? Did they use the
I think they
original?
used the original. They used the original one because that wasn't. I think they added the Ian McDermott into the DVD one because they after the prequel trilogy was all done and over with, and he wanted to try to seam it together a better.
with that new Emperor scene, was done in the special editions originally.
It was okay.
Yeah. That's when it was added in there with the extra dialogue. I think they did change a little bit of that scene up later on, with other additions that they made, sort of like, when the Blu-rays came out, Vader at the end of Jedi is like, no,
I hated that.
yeah.
Uh,
I hate it.
So they still tweaked it a little bit, but we did get an Ian McDermott looking Emperor. That first change being made was with the special edition.
okay.
Hmm. So what's funny is if you're I'm going to bring up Shadows of the Empire again. So when Emperor Palpatine is talking to Vader, apparently Prince Shizor of Black Sun is present with him with Palpatine while saying all this, and that's kind of what springs the story Shadows of the Empire into play. So figure I just bring that up, Yeah, you could tell I really like Shadows of the Empire. I consider that
great game. Yeah.
Yes. You ever read the book, the Steve Perry book?
Oh, yeah.
I did not.
Oh yeah, the comics, the books. I even got the soundtrack somewheres.
Yeah. I mean, once I read that book, I never stopped believing. Get it? Steve Perry.
Oh.
But
Well,
then,
what's important is, despite what they want to say over Disney, Shadows of the Empire should be considered absolute canon because George Lucas has his fingers all over that.
Yeah.
That was a pet baby. That was something for him to test to see if people were interested in a new trilogy.
because I remember this was right before the special editions. So yeah,
Right.
this was his way of testing. Yeah, like you said, it was this whole multimedia project was to test the waters. So
Exactly. And of course, he put elements of that into the remasters. I mean, you had the Asp droids that they had in Shadow of the Empire on Tatooine. You even saw the Outrider taking off from Mos Eisley.
Yep.
The Outrider was awesome.
And there was a couple of other elements that they had from Shadows of the Empire that they put in there. Oddly enough, also in the radio play, Ryan Daly radio play for Return of the Jedi, they make mention of Shadow of the Empire in there.
So I mean, I think Disney is calling it Legends. So I don't think they've never really replaced it with another story, did they? Like a comic or anything? I hope they didn't.
Well,
not that I'm aware of.
They don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
Yeah,
I can agree. I can't agree with that. So, all right, moving on. So we're back on Dagobah, and Luke is at Yoda. Luke is at our friend's house, and he's really impatient to meet Yoda. And he's like, "Is Yoda far away?" And Yoda's like, "No, not far. Yoda, not far." So, and he's like, "Why?" He's like, "Why do you want to be a Jedi?" Oh, I don't know. Maybe because of my father, I guess. Oh, your father for today, he is, or something. I forget exactly how he says it. Powerful Jedi. He's like, wait a minute. How can you know who my father was? You don't even know who I am. And then of course Luke's like, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We're wasting our time. And then we get the moment. Mm-hmm. I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience. He will learn patience. And then, of course, we get that nice little, much anger in him, like his father. Was I any different when you taught me? And then, of course, Luke realizes it's Yoda. The guy he was talking to the whole time was Yoda. And Yoda's basically like, he's not ready. He's you got no patience. You're too old to begin the training. And he's not convinced that Luke will, finish what he begins. And Obi-Wan's like, was I any different when you taught me? And he's like, what was that? What else did Yoda tell Luke? Oh yeah, you are reckless. And of course, Obi-Wan's like, so was I. So basically, Luke is like, I can do this, Yoda. I can do this. I'm not afraid. And of course, Yoda's like, you will be. You will be.
Yeah, and the other line, adventure, excitement. A Jedi craves not these things.
A Jedi has the most serious mind, the deepest commitment.
Yeah.
Hence, you don't see Yoda acting like a fool, or not a fool, but a playful fool that Disney really loves to do.
Yeah, I almost wonder in that scene if Yoda was saying all that to kind of bait Luke into really making that decision of no, I really want this, like please, it's almost sort of like if you got a toy in front of a kid and you're like, no, you can't have this, and just because they can't have it, it makes them want it because they can't have it, because it's like, was Yoda really gonna just say no and just let the Emperor and Vader just continue to rule the galaxy? With Luke being, basically their only hope.
I think he's trying to get Luke to, want it more or something. So yeah, I can see that.
Well, there is another.
There is another. I think he would have abandoned Luke and gone for the other.
Leia.
Well, at that time we didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
And they didn't know what was at the time.
Yeah.
At that. But there was the other. So that line at the end there starts making you thinking: would Yoda have dropped Luke and gone for this other?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, that's basically, I think, that's how the scene ends, with Yoda basically saying, "You will be afraid. This is not going to be this is not going to be a walk in the park." So we're done with that scene, and now we're back on to we're seeing the Empire. So the Empire is, I'm guessing this is Captain Nita's ship, is basically sweeping the asteroid field, and the Falcon's still hiding. But this time, and I'm curious about this myself, we see the TIE bombers for the first time. They're bombing that asteroid planetoid little thingy that the Falcon's hiding in. And all of a sudden after that, Leia's in the cockpit by herself, and all of a sudden these Minox just start, just start showing up and sticking their faces into the window and stuff. And I'm like, my question is, where did they come from? Do they live in that giant slug thing? And yes, they're not in a cave. It's a giant slug. But were they living there, or was it something that the Empire dispatched from their bombers, quote unquote? That's what I always wondered watching the movie.
No, they lived there. It was there's silicon life forms, and they were known to be nuisances and such, hazard to space. And of course, that's what they evolved into. But yeah, they're just kind of living in there, just like you have. What fishes are those that go around and they clean the teeth of sharks and all that? Kind of that same type of philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. So the Minox live inside the giant space slug thingy. So, so yeah, they go outside, they shoot a couple of them. And then of course, I forget, somebody shoots the ground by mistake and it starts to rumble. And then Han shoots the ground again and it really rumbles. And they're like, oh, we got to get out of here. So they try to get onto the ship. Everybody's tipping over and stuff, falling. 3PO's falling down. Leia's barely keeping herself up, and they're flying out. And they're like, "Why is the cave collapsing?" And Han's like, "This is no cave." And then, of course, you see a bunch of teeth. It's the ship, the Falcon flies through a bunch of teeth, and then you see
doomed.
and you see this big giant space slug creature come out and try to eat it, and it's like, oh. And of course, you hear Mila Kunis saying, "Why do I get all the crappy parts?" And then the Falcon comes back and is like, "Shut up, Meg."
This reminds me of and this is silly. There's a whole. I don't know if you guys have watched the Lego Movie.
I have not.
I have
one
not.
of the one of the best movies ever. I think. I know I'm going crazy here, but it is really good. In my opinion, the best Chris Pratt performance. But that's besides the point. But in the whole thing, they're trying to get a ship to disguise themselves as one of the ships for Lord Business and sneak into his compound. And they're like, oh, well, we need a hyperdrive. I'm like, oh, where are we going to get one of these? And the Millennium Falcon comes out of nowhere. And through means, they distract them and steal their hyperdrive. And they're like, oh, I'm sure they won't really need it. And then it flashes forward to them. There's like flying out of the hole and just hit the hyperdrive, Chewie, and then just stall out and the worm just eats him. And that's the whole scene.
So this is the Lego Movie?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to watch that.
Did any of you guys ever question how Han, Chewie, and Leia were able to come outside of the Falcon to look for those Minox in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, I'm like,
I always did.
They're just wearing a just a
oxygen
mask.
And there's gravity. They're able to like walk around.
I guess the asteroid's big enough.
Yeah. But I was every time I watched that scene, I was like, how are they able to walk around out there?
I'm guessing.
I guess that's why they call it, more sci-fi fantasy than science fiction.
Well, I mean, they're walking in the freaking bay, like in the Death Star. They're walking in the bay, and there's like spaces like right out there. Now there might be a shield. There might be an invisible shield there, but they're just like they're right outside. And
unless for some reason, when they're that deep inside the slug is able to have some sort of pressure system. Yeah. That's all I can think of.
Oh, the other space fantasy part. Remember Peter? They're escaping the Death Star, and Peter's like, "Hey, help me with this sofa." So they're holding onto the sofa while they're escaping. So they're practically exposed to space. They're exposed to space, but they want the sofa anyway. So yeah, I was like, easy. I have to watch those again.
I do too. Those were great.
So
I have them if you guys ever want to watch them.
Yeah. I got copies of. I bought them all on Blu-ray. The box set.
Yeah, I got to get the third one. Something Dark Side.
What was the third one called? I forgot.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Oh, it's a trap. Oh, that's right. It's a trap. Something Dark Side was the second one. Yeah.
What's funny is you first hear it's a trap in this movie, in Empire, but that's later down. That's down the line.
Yeah, something Dark Side, something complete.
All right, so we're so I guess we're back on Dagobah, and Luke is already in the middle of training. He's basically climbing on vines and he's swinging on vines, and he does a little somersault. He does a little front somersault, and Yoda gives Luke a pep talk about feeling the Force, but being aware of, but to be aware of the dark side, or it'll consume you quickly. And it's because it's easier and more seductive. The Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. And that there's also the Yoda tells Luke that he has to go into the cave.
My favorite. Sorry, interrupting again, but one of my favorite things is it's just I forget who did it. It's someone who does all these compilations on YouTube. It shows that it's like a weapon for defense, only never for attack. And they just have put like a Benny Hill soundtrack on and just show a ton of scenes from the prequels. Like, are you sure about that?
And then slowly in the background, you start hearing yo 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 Yoda, yo 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 Yoda.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we don't want to get copyrighted. Kinks, or actually, no, it's
Weird Al.
Weird Al.
Well, it's a Kinks song, but
Kinks is Lola. Kinks is Lola. Yeah.
Lola. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. That's an old one. I think that came out around the same time as Empire, right after Empire, I believe.
No, that came about mid '80s. It was after Return of the Jedi.
Oh, okay. So basically, Luke basically, so there's this dark side cave. Well, we don't know it's a dark side cave. We just know it's a. Okay, no, we know it's a dark side cave, and Yoda instructs Luke to go in, and one thing that's very important to take note is that Yoda tells, like, Luke is about to put on his belt. He's about to clamp on his belt, his weapons belt, and Yoda says, "You will not." He's like, "Your weapons, you will not need them." Luke looks at him and kind of shirks it off and puts on the belt anyways and walks into the cave.
You only bring in what's only in there is what you bring in.
Yeah, exactly. Only thing that's in there is what you take with you. So, so basically, I forget what they call it in mythology, the hero's test or something. I forget exactly what it is that Joseph Campbell, the term that Joseph Campbell came up for it. So, but he goes in and he fights a phantom version of Vader. They fight a couple of parries, and then Luke decapitates Vader, and the Vader mask explodes, and we find out it's Luke.
Mm-hmm.
He sees himself. So, in other words, he failed. He failed the cave.
You know, it's kind of similar to like the Arthurian mythology, legends and such like that. When presented with Excalibur, I believe by Merlin, and Merlin asks, "What's more powerful?" He goes, and Arthur goes, "It's the sword." And Merlin goes, "No, it's the scabbard, because as long as you have the scabbard, you will never get hurt."
Interesting.
A lot of people don't know that about the Arthurian mythology, but that scabbard is what is supposed to protect you and keep you from being harmed. So that was more powerful than the sword.
Okay. I honestly don't know a whole lot about Arthur. The only thing I know about King Arthur is that he had a round table, he had a Green Knight, and he was played by Sean Connery and Kevin Costner. Or no, not Kevin Costner. I'm thinking Robin Hood, Kevin Costner. No, Sean Connery in First Knight.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then he had Lancelot and Sir Gawain, and he had Lady Guinevere. It reminds me, I have to. Everyone's been freaking. I have to laugh at this. I don't know what to make of this, but it's obviously it's
how else am I supposed to pet unicorns?
Mods use your force abilities.
Mm-hmm. It has to be for virgins, because how else am I supposed to pet unicorns? I got to stay a virgin.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, mods, do your thing. So so where were we at? So the cave. I mean, it's basically a very important part of mythology and stuff. The hero's test. Hero goes in, comes out changed, I believe. This doesn't quite do it. I mean, he doesn't come out. I mean, he's it's kind of foreshadowing things, perhaps for foreshadowing things to come, but he doesn't really do that. So let's move on. So you have any thoughts on the cave sequence, Nick?
I don't think he's there right now. I think he stepped away for a moment.
Oh wow, yeah, we're getting spammed like crazy.
Wow, that means you're big time, man. And when losers come in to do that, because of their inability to cope with life, and they gotta assault you like that, means you made it big.
Usually it's Russian bots. Usually it's Russian
I know.
bots, that come in, they just like you say
I,
something.
I,
So
I want a Russian bride bot. None of those come by yet for me.
yeah, Punkwell, take care. Punkwell, take. Dear, it's coming out with different names every time. So
yeah.
So yeah, Punkwell, do your thing. So let's.
Who's the loser? The one that calls the loser, or the loser,
or the loser that follows, or something.
Yeah.
So let's move on. Okay, here's another iconic part of the movie. We get the bounty hunter meeting. So we're on the Star Destroyer, and Vader's like, there will be a substantial reward for the one who finds the Millennium Falcon. You are free to use whatever methods necessary. What's going on? I heard some stuff.
Oh, it's probably my mic. My apologies. My cat is attacking my mic.
Oh, okay. You are free to use whatever methods are necessary, but I want them alive. No disintegrations. And then, of course, he looks at Boba Fett. We see Boba Fett for the first time, and Boba Fett's like, "As you wish." So we see a whole bunch of bounty hunters. We see Bosk. Bosk is like looking down on Admiral Piet. He's speaking some weird language, probably Huttese.
Bounty hunters. We don't need those kind of scum.
We don't need their scum. Yes, sir. And I think, and of course, we see IG-88, and we also see Dangar, and then I think there were two in the background. I forget.
Forlom and Zuckus.
Forlom and which one's Zuckus? Is Zuckus the fat?
Zuckus is the
chubby one.
Yeah, he's like the insect looking guy.
Okay.
And Forlom is the insect looking protocol droid. Oddly enough, when the toys came out, they actually had those names switched around on the action figures, so everyone thought their names were reversed.
And then they have Din Djarin, right?
Yeah, Dinjar. Yep, Dingar.
Not Dinjar, Dangar. Dangar. You can actually see his face.
Right, but they got that fellow with the helmet, green helmet, Din Djarin, right?
Oh.
Yeah. I thought his name was Boba. Wasn't his name Boba? I guess his name was not Boba.
Robot Fett.
Robot Fett. Okay. Interesting. So we get to see the bounty hunter meeting, and of course, all of a sudden, Raggedy Andy appears. He's like, "Hey, can I join?" And of course, Darth Vader, as Stewie's like, "Get the F out of my bounty hunter meeting." So I just figured I add that little cherry on top. So. So basically, right after the meeting, we find out that Piet tells Vader that they have found the Falcon. So Captain Nita and his ship, the Avenger, are going after the Falcon, and so they're pretty close to having him. I mean, they basically took down their what do you call it? They took down their back shield, so Han decides to turn around, and they're like, "What are you going to do? You're going to attack them?" And then we find out, no, they're just like, they hide on the back of the Star Destroyer, like literally on the back of I forget what that part of the Star Destroyer is.
The tower, the conning tower.
The tower. Okay, so they're hiding right on the tower. So they're hiding to a point where they're like a fly on the back of the ship, and there's no like scopes. Like the scopes cannot like locate the area that they're at, which is interesting. So apparently, it's so how would I say it? It's so basically they don't have like sensors to detect. They don't have your typical sensors, so it's all visual that they use to locate. I'm guessing, hence why they don't, they can't find them and stuff. So, so they're hiding, and at the same time, like Han and Leia are figuring out what their next move's going to be. So they're looking at like nearby systems that they're nearby ports that they can hide out in, and hopefully get the hyperdrive fixed. So there's I think there was one system, I forget the name of it, but they're like, Leia's like, oh, there's not much there. So
The Anot system.
What was it called?
The Anot system, if I remember.
The
right.
Anot system.
Anot.
There's not much there. Oh, here, this is interesting. Lando system? No, Lando's not a system. It's a man. Lando Calrissian, card player, scoundrel. You'll like him. Oh, thanks.
All right, I'm back, guys. And I think that was the NOAD system.
The NOAD. Oh yeah, NOAD system.
Yeah.
So so we have so they're trying to figure out, so they decide to go there, and as the I think the Star Destroyer lets out its garbage and stuff, or its junk, they basically float off, and then they wait for the Star Destroyer to go into I was going to say warp, but this is not Star Trek. They go into hyperspace, or they go into light speed, and then of course the Falcon goes the opposite way, and well, what do we know? We see a Slave 1 ship following them and tracking their movements. So what does that mean? I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
Now, interesting note though, the Avenger is the only Star Destroyer to ever be named in the original trilogy.
Yeah, it's true. Because I don't think they ever say Executor in Empire or Jedi.
Nope. In fact, I always thought it was Executor.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the show, and I always called it an Executor, and that's what X-Wing was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I've heard people call it that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
tomato.
Yeah, tomato. So we go back. I actually kind of went a little ahead of myself. We go back to Dagobah, and we see Luke is basically upside down, and he uses the Force on various rocks, and he sees his X-wing sink further and further into the swamp, and so he loses focus, and he drops. He falls, and he drops the rocks, and he drops Yoda. Yoda's on in this particular case. Yoda's on top of him. So, so basically, he's kind of down because of this, and Yoda's like, well, I forget exactly what Yoda says, but Yoda basically says, you can do this. There's, size matches, size matters not, So Luke attempts to use the Force to raise the X-wing out of the water, and he basically loses focus, and it just simply sinks further and further into the water. So yeah, Yoda's like, he's like, I forget exactly what Yoda says, but I know that Luke basically says, you want the impossible. So Yoda takes it upon himself to raise the X-wing out of the water. And of course we get that nice little, sequence, and basically Luke is basically, I don't believe it. And of course, I do remember this. Yoda literally says, yes, that is why you fail, because you don't believe. So yeah, so this was an interesting little scene and stuff. So yeah, even though Luke's the hero of the original movie, at this point, you see him, he's basically a student. He doesn't always have the confidence. He doesn't always have the confidence to, achieve everything. So we get to see a nice little human side of Luke in this particular part.
We see him grow up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not that whiny kid from Tatooine no more. He's an accomplished commander in the Rebel Alliance, but he still has a lot to learn. He still needs to learn some of that patience and impulsiveness, which is what's all around this film. And so it's not the same Luke. It's and you can see that there's a reason why he's growing up. This is not a Mary Sue moment. So and I think that's important to see that. Yeah, even though we still see him an accomplished commander, there's still a bit of that recklessness that he still has of youth.
Yeah. And I don't remember if he raises his arm in this scene or in the next one that he does. But you guys, have you guys noticed, like in season 1 of Cobra Kai, how like what's his name, Robbie, is doing the same thing? He's holding himself up like that, and he's trying to like he raises his arm out using the Force in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, it made me think of that too. I know Mike, you and I talked about it on your stream about Cobra Kai. So
yeah, we did.
Great
so
show.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Can't wait for the next season. So all right, so we go back to we're back on the Star Destroyer, and we see poor Captain Nita gets choked to death, and we hear the creepy little line. Apology accepted, Captain Nita. And then, of course, the officers take his body away, and Admiral Piet's like, "Hey, we lost them. They're gone. They are probably on the other side of the galaxy." And Vader's like, alert all commands. Basically calculate their possible location along their last known trajectory. So yeah, I kind of got ahead of myself when they went to Lightspeed and stuff. So, and then that's the last we see of Vader and them for a while. So
yeah, do you think the Academy has ever reached out like, hey, Emperor, you gotta tell Darth, stop killing so many of our admirals. We can't replace them this quickly.
Yeah.
They're dropping like flies.
Yeah. So. So basically, once again, we're back on Dagobah, and Luke is upside down again, and he's lifting a bunch of objects, like all the stuff that is in the camp, including R2-D2. And we learn that the Force allows sight of many things: the future, the past, old friends long gone. Oh, what does that mean? So Luke reacts to this, and of course he loses focus again. And of course we hear Yoda saying, "Control, control. You must learn control."
And that face he makes too as he's collapsing. Just puppet Yoda. That's hilarious.
That's actually the previous. That's the previous scene with the X-wing. That's the one where Yoda's on top of Luke, and Yoda screams. Yoda screams. It's like hearts and tricks. Yeah, something like that.
Seagulls.
Yeah. So we find out that Han and Leia and Chewie are in danger, and this is before they even get to Cloud City. So like right away, there's tensions building up with this scene. So we know that there's danger is going to be coming for them. So, So Luke is asking Yoda, is like, are they going to die? And Yoda's like, and we hear this iconic thing that Yoda says. He's like, always in motion is the future. Hard to see, hard to say. So basically, Luke, this is where Luke is like, okay, I think I'm done with this. He ultimately wants to go to them. But Yoda tells him that you could leave now, help them you could, but you will destroy all for which they have fought and suffered for. So it's an interesting little scene. So we are back on the Falcon, and the Falcon right after this arrives at Cloud City. So we get to see a new type of, I'm guessing those are fighters, or they escort. I think they're fighters. The Cloud City, those little red, I call them cherry fighters because they look like cherries, kind of.
Just a little patrol craft that they have that go around. They're not necessarily per se fighter craft, but they're like the speeders that they had.
Yeah. Yeah, that like they couldn't go one-on-one with like an X-wing or something.
Yeah, exactly. And we hear Han say, "No, I don't have a landing permit. I'm trying to reach Lando Cal." Whoa, wait, let me explain. You hear the little, blaster bolts, they're I think they were warning. I'm assuming they were warning shots.
Yeah.
We didn't quite see it.
I said across his nose, not up it.
So they tell him, we know Lando, and of course they get clearance to land, and they land, and we meet Lando Calrissian. And Lando, of course, he's like, you he's like, what? I forget what he says. He's like, he's like, I forget how his introduction was. He's like, you got a lot of guts coming here after what you pulled. And then, of course,
good rotten.
He's like, how you doing, you old pirates? So good to see you, you know. And 3PO right away is like, he must be really friendly. And Leia's like, there's something wrong. Leia doesn't trust him right away.
Yeah,
so
she wasn't feeling him.
So, first thing Lando says to Han that we learn is, what'd you do to my ship? Your ship. Remember, you lost her to me fair and square. And they had to make a movie about that, didn't they?
I don't think so. I don't remember a movie about that.
You don't remember? Oh, okay. Then,
yeah.
Maybe it was a bad dream. Okay, it was a bad dream I was having.
It was all a dream.
They made a fanfic.
Yeah.
There you go, fanfic. Yeah.
No, they weren't.
A lot of money one.
Oh.
And then, of course, Lando opens up some Colt 45, and here you go, man.
So they're walking through the corridor, and Lando basically promises to fix the hyperdrive, and he completely ignores C-3PO. He's like, "Hello, sir, I am C-3PO," and he just walks away from C-3PO. Poor C-3PO, he gets crapped on this movie quite a bit.
Nobody cares about 3PO in this movie.
Nobody. So
the only one is Chewbacca.
Yeah,
when he was trying to put them back together.
Yeah, so okay, so here we say so Lando says, we'll get the hyperdrive fixed right away. And 3PO ends up, wandering into a chamber. He sees another, what do they call those type of droids? The protocol droids or
protocol droids, yeah.
Protocol.
The model, the same model of 3PO. Well, we see a silver version of C-3PO. And he's like, "Oh, nice to see a familiar face. Ichuta, how rude."
How rude.
Oh, wait, there must be an R2 unit in there. And then he goes into the room. Yeah, he goes into the room. And I remember in the original version of the movie, it was a different voice, I believe, because in the special editions, it's Irvin Kershner's voice. It's like, "Who are you? Who are you? Oh my, I'm terribly sorry. Please don't get up." Ugh. And he gets, blasted. So we don't know who blasted him, but somebody blasted him in the room, and the door shuts. And Chewie's there, and he just starts growling. He's like, where'd 3PO go? So we're back on, so we see that. So we're back on Dagobah, and it's night, and Luke is basically, preparing for takeoff. So basically Yoda basically tells him not to go, and then Obi-Wan kind of tries to, reaffirm Yoda's stance. He's like, they're like, hey, you cannot go. This is a very dangerous time for you. You're going to be Vader, or you're going to be tempted by the dark side, and you're not able to control your powers effectively and stuff. You're not able to control your abilities. So, and they're basically saying, I forget what exactly did they say? So they basically say Vader, they're literally telling him, like, they basically are saying Vader is using your friends to get to you. I mean, that's why your friends are made to suffer. And Yoda once again says, only a fully trained Jedi with the Force as an ally will conquer Vader and his Emperor. If you end your training now and go the quick and easy path as Vader did, you will become an agent of evil. And of course, Luke is like, well, I'm not going to sacrifice Han and Leia. And then Yoda's like, if you honor what they fight for. And I think Obi-Wan interjects and says, if you do choose to face Vader, you will do it alone. I cannot interfere. And then that still doesn't faze Luke. Luke simply says, I understand. And
because at that point, Luke's already made his decision. He's going to go to Cloud City and rescue his friends.
Yeah. So Luke basically leaves. And Obi-Wan says an interesting thing, probably the most interesting thing in the movie. He says, that boy is our last hope. And Yoda's like, no, there is another. So that kind of makes you think, are they trying to say that there's a possibility that Luke could die in this movie? and that a new hero would rise up to take over his role and stuff. I mean,
Yes.
it's an interesting idea. I know they would never, they would never have the guts to do something like that, but
or turn to the dark side.
Yeah.
Or turn to,
they wanted to kind of, I think they were kind of aiming for having the audience going into that Luke versus Vader fight, kind of, you know, because when you watch this, it's like when you watch movies, you're like, oh, that's the hero, it's the main character, then nothing's gonna happen to them, you know. And going into that, having never seen it, you know, and you hear that, you're like, are they gonna? Is he gonna turn, or is he gonna get killed, and then somebody else is gonna come up? You know, it leaves the audience wondering and not having that sense of, well, this is the hero, the main character. He's gonna be fine.
Especially the fact that this has not been a cheery film at all through
that
we've been watching.
And at the time, and they even said this in interviews and stuff, you know, that they had no clue who the other was at the time when they wrote that. That all came, of course, later on.
Yeah, I mean, like, once again, like, we didn't know that Leia would be the other. Ultimately, we didn't.
Yeah,
we didn't know who it was. I don't even think it wasn't until Return of the Jedi that we learned that Luke has a sister. Like, I don't even think they even mention a sister in this movie. I don't believe. So all we know is that there's another hero. There's another person out there that can learn the ways of the Force. So,
well, I think Lucas did have an idea that Luke did have a sister, but it wasn't Leia, and that's who they were referring to. And that's what if Lucas had his chance at the time to do a sequel trilogy, that it would have been involved around Luke trying to look for his lost sister that he found out that he had, which was not Leia. And I think that's what they were referring to on that. And this is off of bits and pieces of, you know, what Lucas was playing around with, because, you know, he had his alt draft. He was changing along the line. Names got dropped, then got brought forward. You know, names like, you know, Mace Windu, you know, a lot of the other names that were like the original treatments dropped, and then, of course, used for other characters. So there was that idea that Lucas had already that Luke did have a sister somewhere, but it was somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, like the sister would have been like if Lucas would have actually made his sequel trilogy, the sister would have been the main focus of it. Like, he would have went out looking for her, and somehow the Emperor would have been involved. Like, the Emperor would have been the final villain of Episode 9, and it would basically be Luke against his sister. I think the Emperor would try to turn her to the dark side, because I think at that point Vader would have been out of the picture or something. I don't know how they would have done it. But Return of the Jedi basically took Vader's final thing and the Emperor's, the ultimate fight with the Emperor, and to kind of put them together. So,
I mean, they weren't absolutely sure if the secret, which will be revealed later on, was actually going to be the truth, which was, of course, the big debate we had about that. Yeah. Was it the truth or wasn't the other? Was the truth that meant that a certain character lied? Well, he couldn't lie because he's such a great character. He's this noble character. So therefore, you know, the other character's got to be lying. But
the villain,
that was 3 years of that with us.
Yeah, and I'll never know what that was like because I wasn't born yet. I was born a year and a half after Return of the Jedi. So,
I think I can truthfully say that I'm the oldest one here. I was, let's see, 1980. I was born in 68, so I was about like 12, 13 years old when Empire Strikes Back came out. So I mean, it was just a wild time.
So you were born during when TOS was on NBC.
I was, exactly. Never watched it at that age.
Yeah, I think also dinosaurs were roaming the planet too at that time, weren't they?
That's why everything was steam powered, because we didn't have petroleum, because the dinosaurs didn't die and became us oil.
Oh, I thought like there was no gas in the pedals, like you had to use your feet like the Flintstones.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too.
I'm kidding.
You want to see the bottom of my feet?
No.
So I actually got a question for you, because when we had Robert Meyer Burnett on, he's older too, and he saw Empire in the theaters and saw Jedi in the theaters. He absolutely hated Return of the Jedi when he saw it. He only liked the fight between Luke and Vader at the end of that movie. Did you feel the same way back then when you saw Jedi?
No, actually not. It was just from the beginning. I found it interesting that you had two stories in Jedi, because you had, of course, the first part with Jabba, then of course everything was bringing into the final confrontation over Endor. But I never hated Jedi. I didn't think it was as good as Empire Strikes Back, obviously. But I never felt I was cheated. I never felt I was, and never have, to be honest with you, that I was gypped in some way, shape, and form, that this was a lesser Star Wars. Might have been not the best of them all, but then again, look at the pinnacle you're looking at. Where everything's 4-star, 4-star, 3.5 star. That's still pretty dang high.
Yeah. Do you remember there being a lot of division and people talking about how it wasn't very good back then, or no? Okay.
I think if anybody sat back and said anything bad about Return of the Jedi, they would have gotten lynched. Honestly, I mean, even Cisco and Ebert had to rein their horns in. You have to remember, good old Cisco, or whatever you want, Gene Cisco. He hated Star Wars. He gave it a thumbs down, but he loved Saturday Night Fever so much he bought the suit. And he had to actually go and do a re-review, you might say, and change his opinion about the original Star Wars. So even those two had to sit back and go through and say flowery things about Return of the Jedi.
I thought it was Ebert. Ebert was the one that really liked Star Wars, I believe.
Yeah, Ebert was the one. Yeah, Ebert was more the Star Wars side. He was a little bit more the geeky of the two. But Gene Cisco was the one that had the ramrod up his keister. And,
yes.
So, But by the time Return of the Jedi came around, even he knew he couldn't say anything bad.
Yeah. F's in the chat. R.I.P. Siskel and Ebert. Too bad Siskel's not around to destroy movies now, because we need a critic like him just to destroy all the crap that's coming out now. So.
And no, Jake, I don't have a Discord. Sorry. I'm just looking at the chat there.
So basically, so Luke leaves. And so Luke leaves, and we find out, there is another. So now we're back on Bespin, and Leia is basically sitting in the room, and she's concerned about 3PO. And Han comes in. I know they shot that scene several times, but they ended up using the one where Han, kind of comes in, and he's like, she's like, I don't trust Lando, and she's like, and Han's like, well, I don't trust him either, but he is my friend, and he has no love for the Empire, so. So Chewie comes in, or I think right away after that, Chewie finds 3PO in a junk pile, and then there's a bunch of Ugnaughts there, the little pig, little people, pig things, and they play Chewbacca in the middle with 3PO's head, or something with they're throwing he's trying to grab all the parts, and they're throwing the helmet away. They're throwing the head away and stuff. So it was a nice little comedic little moment with Chewie trying to get all the parts and stuff.
Again, it wasn't forced either. It was natural. You could see that for real. And did you ever notice who was in the background by the smelter?
No. What was there?
A whitewashed IG-88.
Really?
Take a look at that scene again.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And there was also one of the droids that was in the Sandcrawler from the first movie was also in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? So I remember there was one that kind of looked like there was a creepy looking one. It was a white. It was a white. I think it was a white one. It looked kind of creepy.
There, Nick.
Let's see here.
While he's looking that up, another thing, to go back a little bit to the bounty hunter scene, Bosk, the our favorite Trandoshan or Trandoshan, or however you want to pronounce it, bounty hunter, that outfit that he's wearing, guess where that outfit came from?
Doctor Who.
Yeah, there we go. I knew Mike would have it.
Really?
Yep, came from what was it? The 10th Planet.
Mm-hmm.
Boy Hartnell's last story. Mm-hmm.
So there's a creature that looks like a Trandoshan in Doctor Who.
No, the uniform. The flight outfit. The flight outfit that he's wearing was actually used in the 10th Planet episode of Doctor Who, William Hartnell's last story.
Interesting. Huh. I have to rewatch. I've only seen Doctor Who in bits and pieces. So
one of the bad things is, that story of Doctor Who, the last episode's missing, so it's kind of hard to find, the episodes of that, the surviving episodes to see. But you'll see pictures here and there about it. But there's a lot of sometimes you start seeing some of that cross, the cross pollination between the shows. One of the blasters that they had in Star Wars was actually they took one of the Dalek guns from Death to the Daleks, John Pertwee's story, and they put it onto a handle of a gun. So you had basically an old Dalek gun that they were using in Star Wars as well.
Huh.
And you actually see it in the Mandalorian. It's in the Mandalorian's gun cabinet on board the Razor Crest.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to go back and look at it.
Yeah, same here. So going forward, so Chewie brings back 3PO, and Leia's like, "Are you sure you're going to be able to repair him?" And Chewbacca is like, "Maybe." So right after that, Lando comes in, and Lando's like, Lando looks at Leia, and he's like, "You are truly beautiful. You surely belong with us among the clouds." And you see Harrison Ford's face, like he's covering his mouth when that's being said. I don't know if he's holding a laugh or he's just. I'm assuming he's holding a laugh after hearing that dialogue.
Well, and you forgot the other line he had too. Is like, something wrong with your droid?
No, nothing at all. Why? And then, of course, he invites Leia and the rest of them for refreshments. And the first person that gets up and walks out the door is Chewie, because Chewie thinks with his stomach.
Oh yeah,
especially in Jedi, but we're not that far yet. So,
what's Jedi?
So we hit. I don't know.
So it was actually Zuckuss, one of the bounty hunters I was thinking of.
There we go.
Right there's the whitewashed IG-88.
There it is.
And if you look over here, and I actually never noticed this before ever until right now, a TIE fighter pilot outfit.
That's a TIE fighter pilot?
With the Imperial symbols.
Oh, wow.
On the helmet.
Holy cow, you're absolutely right.
Wow.
Holy cow.
I never noticed that before. I just learned something new about Empire Strikes Back.
I'm this many years old.
That's what I love about these movies. Like there's so much put in these scenes. You rewatch and you get something new out of it. I mean, that's the magic of these movies.
Yep.
So
it always reminded me of the little carts that they put the groceries in when you go to the grocery stores and you send them out to the cars.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe in another part of this room, but no, I think it was just that. Yeah, it wasn't. It was Zuckuss head that I was thinking of.
Oh. All right, so so basically Lando is leading Han and Leia and Chewie to a dining hall to get some refreshments. Does that sound fishy? Nah. So it's not very.
Yeah, just going out for dinner.
Yeah,
it's dinner time. It's evening. Why not?
Yeah.
So
picked up a bag from White Castle's, some Colt 45. Come on, let's go down. Let's have some eat.
Yeah, so basically Lando, like they're on their way. Lando's talking about his operation. His operation's generally on the down low because his customers are on the down low. I believe what they like mine a sort of, because they're on a gas giant, they're mining a sort of gas.
Tabana gas. Tabana gas. Okay. So his customers are generally like, no questions asked type of people. So we find out, like Han asks, like, aren't you worried about the Empire? They're going to shut down your operation. He's like, no. No. There's going to be a deal. We're actually working on a deal right now that's going to keep the Empire out of here forever. And then, of course, that's when he opens the door, and we see Vader. Vader's at the head of the table in the room, and of course, what does Han do? First thing he does, takes out his blaster and shoots Vader like 3 or 4 times. And it doesn't affect him. Vader just holds out his hand. I guess it doesn't
doesn't damage his hand. Of course, he uses the Force and chucks the gun out of him. So, what
a rude guest Han is. Here, Darth Vader has this nice spread for them, inviting him over to dinner, and what's the first thing Han does? Shoots him.
Yeah, and then Vader's actually very polite. He's like, "We would be honored if you would. We would be honored if you would join us."
Maybe that's like an alternate ending, you know, where Han doesn't shoot and they just have a nice dinner and go about their ways.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's Han's fault. It's Han's fault.
Yeah. Also, just in case, a lot of people probably did not know this, Tabana was a gas used in hyperdrives and starship weaponry. And when they would collect that gas on Bespin, they could basically, once they processed it, they could suspend it into blocks and then freeze it in carbonite, and that's how they would actually transport it. So that's why the carbonite chambers were there.
So they used Tabana gas to operate the carbonite machine, basically.
No. They used the carbonite chambers to basically freeze it and to store it to be able to transport it.
Oh, to freeze the gas itself.
Yeah.
And even though there's other planets, that have Tabana gas, according to EU, Bespin is supposed to have a really rich form of it that really enhances weaponry.
Yeah, it was very, very valuable.
So, that was kind of like the top of the line Tabana that you got from Bespin, while, other planets have, mid grade. It depends where, you go to the gas station, you have mid, low, mid, and high grade. This was high octane.
Yeah, they had that Walter White style Tabana gas there.
So Lando's pretty loaded then, because of
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's like, look at you, an administrator or something. So, but yeah, going back to the scene. So Vader's like, we would be honored if you would join us. And of course, we see Boba Fett walking out behind Vader, and then we see the stormtroopers. And then what does Lando say? He's like, well, they were here right before you came. And then he's like, I'm sorry. And Han looks at him. He's like, I'm sorry too. And then that basically that kind of ends that little scene right there. And Lando basically sold them out. Boba Fett successfully tracked them.
It gave you a little bit of an idea of the circle that Han worked around, where basically a double cross, double cross, and it brought forward again that Han Solo's from this darker side, this more seedy side, even though Lando is a barren administrator and wearing these nice dresses and has this paradise in the clouds. He's still part of that same group of people.
Yep.
Yeah. So the next scene is we see Luke. This is the first of two. Luke is he's on his way. He's coming to help, or does he? We'll find out. So next scene, Chewie is kind of I don't know if it's intentional. Is Chewie being tortured, or is it just he's annoyed by the sound? And he's being tortured. He's being tortured too. Okay, and of course,
I think Chewie, that was. I kind of thought of it as like, how like dogs have that. You have the dog whistle and only they can hear it.
Yeah,
I kind of thought like that. It's like this frequency. There's a certain frequency that's just gonna really mess with you.
Yeah,
and since he's kind of an animal,
well, he was based off of a dog.
Yeah. So they find that frequency that it's playing here, and to us we just hear sound. To him, it's just absolutely driving him nuts. That's kind of what I got from it.
It's like Cardi B over and over and over.
That'd be enough to drive anyone nuts. Right? Was that in the special editions?
Yes, it was. They did put that in the special editions.
Yeah. So the sound stops and Chewie basically starts to put C-3PO back together. And what does he do? Well, he turns on 3PO, puts his head on. He turns 3PO on, and the first thing we hear is stormtroopers here. I must warn the others. Oh no, I've been shot. And then of course it cuts right to Han. Han is strapped to a chair and he's being lowered onto some sort of torture device that will spark him in the face to death. And we get to hear Harrison Ford scream like a we get to hear Harrison Ford scream at the top of his voice for a while. And
yeah,
Vader,
like a banshee.
Yeah, like a banshee. And so yeah, he's in a lot of pain. And
I think you
Vader,
mean like a bantha.
Yeah, Vader walks out and he says, first thing he says to Boba Fett is, "You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt after I have Skywalker." And of course, Boba
He's
Fett,
no good to me dead.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And Lando has a problem with this. He's like, "Lord Vader, like, what's going on? This was never part of our agreement to give Han over to the bounty hunter." And also, like, Vader also says, "Oh, Leia and the Wookiee must never again leave the city." And he says, this was never part of our deal." And of course, Vader gets on the elevator. He's like, "Oh, perhaps you think you're being treated unfairly?" And Lando's like, no, good. Because it'd be unfortunate if I had to leave a garrison here, So, I'll get into the altering the deal later, but I love how Vader always alters the deal. Always alters the deal and stuff.
Oh, yes. This deal's getting worse and worse. So you must wear this dress. And
yeah, so basically, yeah, so like, yeah, Lando literally says this deal's getting worse all the time. And Lobot, and we see Lobot, he's the guy with the things in his ears, covering his ears. I'm guessing he's an android or he's a robot. What is he? Is he android?
A cyborg. He's a cyborg. Yeah,
okay.
And as EU went along, basically the device that is around him it gets him connected into the main computer of Cloud City.
Yeah,
and in the EU, basically what it was Lobot was a crook that got caught on Bespin, and this was basically his penance for what the crime that he did. So they gave him that device, had him part of the system, and now he is now part of the staff of Clown City. And that's what the original EU, that is, not the imitation fan fiction.
It sounded like you said Clown City for a second.
Clown City. Yeah,
Clown City.
Well, that's the imitation fan fiction, is Clown City.
No, that's DC.
So he never had any desire to add anyone's biological and technological distinctiveness to his own?
Not at that moment.
So no assimilations then? Oh, man.
No assimilations at that time.
Oh, wait, sorry, wrong franchise. Sorry. Star Wars? Okay, let's go back to doing Star Wars. Okay, so we're back in the cell, and they throw Han back in the cell with Chewie, and Han's like, "Oh, I feel terrible," and Chewie lays him out. Chewie lays him out in the bed, and I think I might have got a little ahead of myself, but there's a little comedic moment with Chewie and C-3PO. C-3PO is like, "Oh, thank you. I really like this. You're bringing back my senses." "Oh, wait, what have you done? I'm backwards." And then, "You overgrown mudhead, like you'd be stupid enough." Then he turns it off, and then Han comes back in. And then Han says, "I feel terrible," and then he lays him out. And then right after that, Leia, they throw Leia back in there too. And of course, we get a little, tender scene between Leia and Han. She's like, "Why are they doing this?" And I think Han's like, "Oh, they never even asked me any questions." It's like, yeah, so it's very sadistic of them. And then Lando comes in with his men, and Lando explains to them what's going to happen, like, that they're going to take, Han away, that Han's going to be turned over to Boba Fett, the bounty hunter, and Leia and Chewie are going to stay in the city. And of course, they're pissed off at him. Obviously, Han manages, despite his weakened state, he manages to get a nice little punch on Lando. And of course, his men react and, subdue him. And he's like, no, stop. And then he's like, I don't know what else I can do. I have my own problems to deal with. So that scene basically ends. And then we're in the carbonite chamber. And we find out that they intend to capture Luke with the carbonite machine. But the thing is, they don't know whether or not a human or humanoid could survive in the in the freezing process. So they decide, hey, we'll just test this on Captain Solo. Is that cool, Boba? I guess.
Well, Vader says, the Empire will compensate
you if he dies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's no good to me dead.
Yeah, he's no good to me.
I know I jumped the gun
Yeah,
with
'cause he
that
wanted to
line,
get
but I couldn't
paid.
wait.
I know. And so they bring out Han and Chewie. I'm surprised they brought everyone out, but they brought Han, Chewie, and Leia out. 3PO's on Chewbacca's back, and it's funny. I know this 1980 and stuff, but after seeing the prequels, you kind of wonder, why doesn't Vader recognize C-3PO at that moment? I mean, they made a comic where he kind of does. But he never really recognizes him. Oh, wait, because he never met him originally. It was something that Lucas wrote later. So,
yeah, I always hated that the origins of 3PO being built by Anakin as a child in the prequels. I hated that they did that.
I mean, if there was no scene with Vader and 3PO, I could buy it. But the fact that 3PO and Vader are in Bespin together, and like Vader's gonna not recognize C-3PO.
Right.
I guess because it does seem kind of weird, but I guess the only thing that I could explain is, like, at that point, I guess he might recognize. I guess what would C-3PO offer him in that moment? Because he knows that these people are. He's after Luke. He knows these people are already connected to Luke. He already knows Luke is his son. So, I'm sure he hasn't seen C-3PO in forever at this point. So even if he does recognize them, it's just kind of like, I know this is kind of just justifying them.
Well, about the only thing I can think of is because there's millions of those protocol droids around the universe, galaxy, and being used by the Empire and other people on that. So you could use that as a whitewash on there. But I agree with Nick that to have 3PO made by Vader like that is kind of a disservice to the fans, to the saga, to the character itself.
Yeah,
I thought that would have been best that if 3PO was on board the Queen's yacht when they go to escape, and he's on there, and he basically he's the Queen's interpreter, and then you had the actual meeting of R2 and 3PO when R2 came back down, saving the ship, and that you had your historic meeting between those two characters there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just didn't ring right. It is where Lucas fell off the plantation, fell off the path, fell off the storytelling.
Yeah, I felt the same thing about Boba Fett being unaltered clone, Jango Fett's son. I didn't like that either. I liked the mystery surrounding Boba Fett in the original trilogy, and they kind of threw him in there too. It was almost like they were just throwing these characters in there, like trying to bring as much from the original movies to get people interested, as possible, when they should have just done the story about Anakin and had new stuff and new characters. And
right.
I didn't mind the Boba Fett bits. Like, I feel like, because I agree, you don't want to mess up the mystery of Boba, but I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that. To me, at least, I don't think the prequels messed up the mystery of him. If anything, I think it made him kind of there's more you could do with him there, like something that I guess Disney doesn't understand. It seems like you can do a lot with you can show a character and show things that they do without destroying the mystery around him, which seems like it's happened with the show. But
when you took the helmet off, though, you lost the mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, I said before, it's like Judge Dredd. You don't take the helmet off of Judge Dredd. You don't take the masks off the Tusken Raiders. You don't pull the cloak back from a Jawa. You need to keep these mysteries, and even with Han Solo, his youth. We didn't need to have a story about his youth. There's a mystery about Han Solo, and the mysteries are sometimes the strongest things about these characters.
You know what I did like? We're talking about taking off masks now. You know what I did like? I liked when Jar Jar took Darth Vader's mask off in Robot Chicken. He's like, "Oh, look at you! Oh, what did they do to you?"
Well, yeah,
Annie, I'm a Force ghost. We can.
Not every mystery about a character or their background needs to be solved. Leave it as a mystery. Leave us wondering.
Exactly. I mean, even in Empire Strikes Back, all we saw was the back of Vader. We didn't even see the full, what Vader was. It's like that was still enough to go, oh, what
happened? What the hell happened to him?
Mm-hmm. And there was still mystery about it, even though we saw that little bit of Vader from behind.
Yeah. So, all right. So here, at this point in the movie, Chewbacca just goes crazy, and he just starts attacking the stormtroopers. And the first thing you see is Boba Fett tries to, aim the blaster, and then Vader shoves his blaster down, and Han basically tells Chewie to stop fighting, and to basically look after Leia. And of course, they put Han on the pad to be lowered into the carbonite chamber. And of course, we get the famous, Leia says, "I love you." And then Han says, according to the original script, "I love you too." Oh, wait, that didn't happen, did it? Didn't Harrison Ford come up with something else?
I know.
Yeah, one of the most iconic lines in. I would almost go as far as saying movie history.
Oh yeah. So this is one of the few times where you could listen to where the actors actually had better ideas than the writer and director for once.
Yeah,
it seems like we're getting back to there because look at how many actors with the sequel trilogy were like, "Hey, this is kind of a not good."
Yeah,
no one. Everybody wanted to keep their jobs.
Yeah.
Well, but there were a few people, and you've got you obviously had Mark Hamill. Recently, you had, how do you say his name? Tamora Morrison. Like he had his public interview, and that's just the public stuff. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think what the Mark Hamill literally says, J.J. Abrams literally gave him a cookie and patted him on the head and told him to go away.
Mm-hmm.
Even John Boyega was questioning his character.
Oh, big time!
As he should have, because he could have. Well, sorry, I'm derailing. I'm sorry. It is hard sometimes to not think of that.
And I mean, according to Mark Hamill, I mean, he told Rian Johnson, "I fundamentally disagree with the direction you're taking this character in." I'm guessing Rian Johnson just didn't. I guess he never entertained it or cared about it. But we're kind of getting a little ahead of ourselves. But yeah, Irvin Kershner listened to Harrison Ford, and he gave Harrison Ford the chance to do it, and he did it, and Irvin Kershner really liked it, and they kept that in the movie. So,
and here you have a director who has the right ego about him. He knows the job that he's doing, but he is not so full of himself to take advice.
That's why,
especially from the actors that play these characters that actually know these characters. That's why Harrison Ford was able to come up with that line, because he knew what kind of person Han Solo was. He played him. He was Han. He knew how Han was, and when he was in that moment, that's what came to mind. This is something that this character would say. I know.
Yeah. One thing I read today was that Lucas, when he was looking through directors for Empire Strikes Back, he obviously wanted someone that would, he wanted someone that basically he can basically control. Someone that would respect, the stuff that he made. That's because it was basically his baby and stuff. And he was looking at other directors, and he just didn't want to hire directors that would, want to, supersede what George did with their vision. So had Rian Johnson been around, that back in that day, Lucas would have never hired him.
Well, Lucas felt that Irvin Kershner kind of went a little bit further than he wanted. That's why Richard Marquand, or how we pronounce his name, for Return of the Jedi came about. A lot of people sat back and said, really, George Lucas was the shadow director of Return of the Jedi, because he was always kind of hovering over and making sure things were done.
Micromanager.
Right. He felt
kind of like Spielberg with Poltergeist, if you know anything about Poltergeist. Because it was Tobe Hooper that directed Poltergeist, but this was basically Spielberg's project. Tobe Hooper was just kind of there in all but name.
Hooper? Hooper?
Hooper.
And,
Tobe Hooper.
Whoopa?
And, if I remember right, Kirshner was actually one of Lucas's teachers.
Yeah, USC.
Yeah, where'd he go to school? USC, University of South Carolina.
Yes.
Okay.
University of Southern California.
And I mean, Kirshner was known for character-driven stories, usually romantic stuff that had gags in it. And Lucas was like, "No, you can't have any gags. You can't have anything. It has to be, if there's going to be humor, it has to be natural. It has to fit. It can't be, something, it can't be like what they do today with most movies now. They inject humor when it doesn't really need to be there.
Including Lucas himself when he did the prequel trilogy sometimes. But notice the important thing, though. Kirshner respected that. Yeah, you had his fingerprints on this film. It was definitely an Irvin Kirshner film, but yet he made sure it was seamless with the other films. He did the wipes, he did the transitions, he kept the tone, even though it was a darker tone, he still respected what the story was and was not going to sit back and go, okay, I'm a director, I'm going to turn to my film. No, this is Lucas's story. Yeah. I'm just going to try to do the best job I can to interpret it on the screen.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I mean, Lucas went to he came up with ideas, but he didn't actually write them. He hired writers. He hired Lee Brackett, who was a famous science fiction writer for magazines back during World War II and stuff. And into the 50s. So yeah, and she wrote a bunch of ideas and stuff like, Cloud City. Apparently Lando was originally supposed to be a clone of the Clone Wars. There were other things that I found out that didn't make it into the film. And then of course she passes away because she was elderly at that point and she had cancer. So she died, and if Lucas wasn't happy with what she did, so he kind of retooled it. He retooled some of it himself. And then that's where we get, he hires Lawrence Kasdan, and Lawrence Kasdan does the final work on the screenplay. And
actually, Cloud City was actually an idea they had originally for when he was doing the Star Wars. That was going to be like the prison on Alderaan, and sometimes you'll see the painting by Ralph McQuarrie where it looks like the Corvette from Star Wars with the round front, like the cockpit, and behind it, outside the bay, you can see all the clouds. That was kind of the representation of that, like that prison that was supposed to be floating over Alderaan.
So Cloud City was originally a floating prison around Alderaan. Really, I didn't know that.
Right, and that was actually basically evolved in. It was, again, taking ideas that you originally had before, bringing them forward.
Another thing that was interesting that didn't make it into the film was that Han Solo apparently had a powerful stepfather, that one of the missions he would have went on was to go get some support from his stepfather with the rebels and stuff. And that's as far as I know about that. Of course, where did I learn all this? I learned all this from Wikipedia. So who knows if it's true? Who knows if it's true or not? So, but we kind of went off on a tangent. So let's keep going. So Han is frozen in carbonite. These big giant grippers grip the carbonite casing that Han's in, and we find out that he does indeed survive. And so they reset the chamber for Skywalker, and we get another little thing between Lando and Vader. So Vader orders Lando to take the princess and the Wookiee to his ship, and then he's like, "That was not a condition of our agreement." And then of course Vader's like, I have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. And
Which
then right after that, he says to Lando, I want you to wear these clown shoes. I'm not wearing no clown shoes. I have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. And then if I remember correctly, Vader comes back and he's like, I want you to ride this unicycle and call yourself Mary. If you ain't doing that, I have altered the deal. Pray, I don't alter it any further. And then instead of saying this deal gets worse all the time, he's like, this deal seems pretty good. And then he runs away. Then he runs off.
This deal is very reasonable.
Very reasonable. I had to add that in there. It's I love that. It makes me laugh every time I see it.
It's great.
So so we find out that Skywalker, one of the officers, goes up to Vader and says Skywalker has just landed, and so they basically have set the trap to lure Luke into the carbonite room. So Luke lands and he's wandering the hallways with R2-D2. R2-D2 is being a nuisance and making noise. It's strangely quiet in Cloud City. So Luke gets to a corridor, and of course, all of a sudden, Boba Fett has the jump on him and he starts shooting at him. And of course, Luke follows Boba Fett and the party that's holding the carbonite. But for some reason, when he's following them, he's actually following it. The way the editing is, all of a sudden he's following Leia and Chewie and other officers. So what happened to Boba Fett in that? So that's always confused me in terms of continuity. So were they also down that same road or same direction or something? Oh well. So he's following now. All of a sudden he's following Leia. The stormtroopers spot him. And unlike typical Star Wars, where you always take out the stormtroopers right away, the stormtroopers they're shooting at him, and Luke is just basically taking cover, because at this point in the Star Wars saga, stormtroopers were still kind of menacing. They were still dangerous. So, of course, Leia, first thing she says is, "Luke, don't! It's a trap!" And she screams again, "It's a trap!"
Yeah.
So everyone, when you say it's a trap, everybody thinks of Admiral Akbar. Mm-hmm. People forget that Leia originally screamed that the exact same way in the Empire. So
well, that's because she was appropriating it from Akbar, and Akbar made it known he was not happy about
that. Not to be confused with his cousin Admiral Snackbar.
Admiral Snackbar.
It's a snack.
Now, the Imperial soldier that was so bravely hiding behind Leia? You know who that was?
No, who was that?
Boba Fett. Jeremy Bulloch.
That was Jeremy Bulloch?
Yeah,
really?
He had two roles, and he had that. He needed somebody to do that part. So not only was he Boba Fett, he also played the part that was hiding behind the
Imperial officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh wow! Well, yeah, Boba Fett in the original trilogy was pretty. It was, I guess he was taller than. Yeah, he's a pretty tall guy. He's taller than Tamura Morrison, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think
and skinnier.
Yeah, he's like 6 foot, 6'1". Jeremy Bulloch was.
Oh, okay. Not as tall as Vader, but who's going to be as tall as Vader? Vader is like David Prowse, I think, was 6'6" or 6'5" or something.
Yeah, 6'5", 6'6", yeah.
Yeah, I actually got to meet Jeremy Bulloch and get him to sign some stuff for me. Real nice guy.
Is he still with us, or did he pass away?
No, he passed away.
He passed away.
Not too long ago, right?
About 2 years
It was
ago.
a couple of years ago.
A year or two ago.
Yeah. Oh, it's a shame. Yeah, more. It's like it's like each passing day or each passing year, we're losing more and more of the original people from.
Yeah.
So you ever see that picture of of the cast, that there's of the original cast, and like those that passed away are blue, kind of like Force ghosts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it always brings me emotions every time I see that picture.
Yeah, now you just have Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill out of that one picture, because they had Peter Mayhew along with it, David Prowse, Kenny Baker.
Anthony Daniels, however, was not in the picture, interestingly enough, and Anthony Daniels is the only other one that's alive, I think.
Yeah, I actually got to meet him too. Him and Warwick Davis and Jeremy Bulloch were all at the same con that I went to, and I got to meet all three of them and get all three of them to sign stuff for me, which I still have to this day.
Did you have to pay a lot to get them to sign?
I don't remember what it cost, because my dad took me, and I was probably 13 or 14 years old at the time. Coach was supposed to go with me. Funny side story. I didn't have any money. I didn't have any allowance money or anything. And I was like, man, I really wanted to like buy some stuff up there. Like we're going, but like, I'm not going to be able to get anything. I'm just going to kind of be walking around and Eddie's parents had given, or Coach's parents had given him like, I don't know, like $200 or something, to go on this with me. It's like, yeah, my parents just gave me like $200. And I was like, ah, man, that must be nice. Like, you're gonna be able to buy some cool stuff. I'm not gonna be able to buy jack, but it'll be fun anyways. Well, that night, like I was kind of depressed about it because I wasn't gonna be able to buy anything, and so my dad gave me like $300, and I was like, I called Coach and I was like, dude, my dad just gave me $300 for the show tomorrow, and he's like, really? And then Coach didn't even go because he was like mad because I got some money to be able to buy some stuff. I was like, man, you little bitch.
But one of the nice things is though, back at that time, they weren't really charging for autographs. A lot of them at that time, you could just walk up and get an autograph because you didn't have eBay or that. It was eBay that brought that about.
Now. Yeah. And looking back on it, I don't think that we actually paid. I think there was just a line. You paid to get into the event, and then there was a line to be able to meet those people and get stuff signed by them. And I met each one of them and talked to them for like maybe 2-3 minutes tops before they were. I had to, move along. So, but yeah, it was cool. And then I don't know if any of you guys are going to make it to the big Echo Base meetup at ICC CCon in Nashville this April, but Ian McDermott's going to be there, who of course played the Emperor, and so we're going to get to meet him, try to get an interview with him to and have him on the channel. But we're having a big, huge meetup out there, sort of like the Vegas thing, Nerdporeal.
Oh, I definitely want to check it out then.
Yeah.
I mean, I met Anthony Daniels in '99, and we exchanged pleasantries as he was coming out of a restaurant I was going in. The big thing I remember with that one though is I was with David Gerald and Fred Pohl. We were having a nice conversation. When that got done, I walked into the auction, and as I was walking the auction, I saw Anthony Daniels pointing to my former wife, going "sold." And it's like, okay, now what? And that's when she bought me this lightsaber and this Jedi robe for me, so that was nice. So it's like, that's my Anthony Daniels.
You met David Gerald, really?
Oh yeah, I met
Trouble
David
with
Gerald.
Tribbles.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We had a nice conversation. It was actually, let me correct that. Fred Pohl and David Gerald did the talking. I just sat there, kind of like.
Who's Fred Pohl? Is he another writer? Is he another?
Yeah, he was a grandmaster of science fiction. He did the Merchants of Venus and the Space Merchants with C.M. Cornbluth. He's one of the old Golden Age science fiction writers.
Yeah, I didn't.
He's passed now.
Yeah, I read up on David Gerald. He was a teenager when he submitted his Trouble with Tribbles script to Mr. Roddenberry to make into an episode, and they did. I mean, ultimately, it's one of the best. It's considered one of the best episodes of all time.
Oh yeah,
so,
it's one of the tops.
It does something that a lot of the other episodes don't do, and I don't want to go too far, but it actually gives all the characters. It gives like Uhura, Chekhov, and even Scotty a bunch of stuff to do. So not your typical, mundane stuff that they do in each episode. But that's the wrong franchise. We're talking Star Wars. So,
well, I'll just only throw one thing in there. Just like Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, it had the humor that wasn't forced, and that was the important thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'll drop it there.
So we get to probably the juiciest part of the movie. Luke enters the carbonite room, and he goes up through like some sort of like little lift or something, or he goes up through some sort of little lift, and he looks up and he sees Darth Vader, and we hear this famous line, "The Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet." And of course, then we begin the clashing of the lightsabers. Zoom, zoom.
And then you missed the important line that actually got dropped from the movie.
Which one?
Well, Vader goes and looks and goes, "Hey, the old snot, that's my lightsaber."
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking of the part where he says, "I see your Schwartz is as big as mine." Oh, wait, no.
What is the Schwartz? It's merchandise. It's merchandise. So you know what that means? That means I have to figure out how I can get a Nerdporeal flamethrower. So
ask Tesla. Ask Elon Musk.
Tesla.
I'm sure he's got it. Yeah.
I'm sure he does. So we see that. The fight begins between the long-awaited fight between Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. And ignites. I just have to ask, what did it feel like to see Luke fighting Darth Vader for the first time in the theater? Because when I saw it on tape, when I saw it on VHS, I was glued. Like I was 11, I was glued to the screen. Like I was like, "Holy crap!"
This is actually about to happen. This is about to go down.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, at that time, it's like Luke is going to try to get some revenge. Happen to his daddy. I mean, he's going to get
Obi-Wan, because he witnesses Obi-Wan getting struck down, or was he, or did he just vanish like Yoda did, and we just
think he died. He got killed.
So you think he got killed?
Yeah, but when he died, he went to a force. Just like Yoda died naturally. Yoda died.
Yeah.
But he became one with, not quite one with the Force, because he was still able to keep his consciousness separate. The same thing with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan died, but it just, when he died, boom, his body went and he became one, with the Force.
Then Vader, was like checking. Vader was like using his foot to check, if there was nothing left or something.
Right.
I would be curious if their clothes don't go with them. So when they cross over, is there a dressing room? Like, all right, here's your new Force Ghost robes.
Yeah.
I mean, he was wearing them on Hoth, because it gets even as a Force Ghost, I guess you get cold on Hoth.
You get one of those updrafts. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, exactly.
But when he disappeared, his robes and everything just fell right on the floor. So I'm guessing he crossed over naked.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. So
that's why he's only a voice in the first Star Wars, because he wasn't he didn't get to the dressing room yet.
Run,
Luke, run. Yeah, he was in there. He was getting feted and all that the whole time. Because can you hold out for a moment? It's like, Luke, use the Force. Okay, you continue now.
I don't want to scare you with my old junk, Luke. So you're only getting voice Obi-Wan for right now.
So it basically, we cut back to Leia and Chewie, and Lando basically takes it upon himself to rescue them. They put Jeremy Bullock in that put Jeremy Bullock and the stormtroopers in that tower. The question is, do you think they ever got out of that tower?
Oh,
yeah, they did. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I forget they completely abandoned the city. So, so Lando's trying to free Chewie from his little shackles, and the moment he does that, Chewie starts strangling him. He's like, "I had no choice." And then
we have to save Han.
What? I think he's saying Han. On the east. I think it's east. On the east platform. And then, of course, he lets him go, and Lando's holding his throat. And then you hear this little riff, dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun, which is the golf theme from Shadows of the Empire. And of course, we hear the creepy "Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold," and you see them, the officers putting Han Solo's case into Boba Fett's Slave One. So that was a little cool scene, and of course we see R2D2 and 3PO get reunited, and they're like, "Hey, we're trying to save Han from the bounty hunter. Oh, hey, at least you're in one piece. Look what happened. Look what happened to me." And of course,
and don't forget earlier also that when Lando frees him and all that, 3PO is kind of going, "Oh, I knew he wasn't bad all along." Kind of, like he's not bad.
What are you doing?
See?
Trust him. Trust him.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they never listen to 3PO because it's 3PO.
Yeah.
He's like mega Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up, 3PO.
What's fun? Yeah, what's funny was when they kept what's his name, Poe kept getting mad at 3PO. I was like, "Oh, shut up!" I'm like, "Shut up, Poe." In episode 9, so I was like, "Shut up." 3PO was there. 3PO was the first. 3PO was the first spoken word in Star Wars, or the first character to speak in Star Wars. The one that they crap on the most. So, but yeah, so.
And of course, then there was some actual, legitimately some cutout scenes that they had on there. Do you know that Lobot actually died on Cloud City originally?
Yeah, I think I did. I forget, what, he get shot or something by
the stormtroopers took him down. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
He was sneaking around, and the stormtroopers came around and got him.
Why would they get? Why Lobot? Like, what did he do?
Well, because he was they knew he was the operation, with the headset. They knew he was.
Yeah, he was the first mod in Star Wars.
The first mod.
Yeah.
I remember Red Letter Media was like theorizing a Lobot, a side story feature or something as a future, like back when they were still making they were making we're gonna make a this picture, we're gonna make a that picture, we're gonna make a Boba Fett movie, we're gonna make a Porkins movie. Okay, that last one wasn't true, or was it?
I'm waiting for Gonk Droid.
The Gonk Droid.
Gonk Droid story.
Gonk.
So where are we at? So R2. R2 Slave One. So they reunite with R2 and they manage to catch up with Boba Fett, but they're too late. Slave One departs with Han Solo, and we don't see Han Solo again for the rest of the movie. So we're already approaching that cliffhanger. We're already at the cliffhanger almost. So because of that, the stormtroopers that are now behind Chewie and stuff, they have to fight them off. They're being pursued. And while that's going on, they cut back to the Luke and Vader. And of course, Vader's like, "You have learned much, young one." And Luke's like, "You'll find out," and full of surprises. And he goes, "Shh, shh, shh, shh." Drops the lightsaber. And then, of course, Luke falls down the steps. Vader feigns trying to hit Luke. Luke falls down the stairs. Vader glides down, and he's like, "Hey, your destiny lies with me, Skywalker." Obi-Wan knew it to be true. And Luke's like, "No." And then, of course, Luke steps back and falls into the pit, falls into the, what do you call it? The
carbonate chamber.
He falls into the chamber, and then Vader's like all too easy. And of course, he uses the Force and activates the machine. And Luke does a Force jump right out. And Vader's like, "Perhaps you're not as strong as the Emperor thought." And then he hears, Luke making noise up there. He's like, impressive. Hits the vacuum tube. Smoke is coming out. He's like, "Most impressive." And of course, Luke, does a somersault, lands back down, aims the gas at Vader. Vader kind of gets knocked back a little bit, and then of course has time to pull to summon the lightsaber, and the fight begins again. And basically, Luke drives Vader off of a platform, so Vader falls. And Luke goes after him, and we find ourselves. I don't remember what he goes into another part of the area, the Bespin or something, and the fight resumes. He sees Vader, and this time Vader starts throwing force manipulation to throw all the objects in the room at Luke. And of course, we hear the Imperial March. And of course, in actuality, it's actually the crew on hand just throwing crap at Mark Hamill. That's basically what's going on.
I love that bit. I know it's a very serious moment, and it's good. It's good development, but I couldn't help but crack up when I'm watching that. Just see Mark Hamill just wildly swing and just get smacked in the face with stuff.
And look who came crawling back. X-Wing flew in to save the day.
You should have heard the things he was saying about you, X-Wing.
No, I believe it 100%, and believe everything that he said.
How'd the stream with Nikki go?
It was good. It was divisive among my subscriber base, but I like that.
Awesome. What were you guys discussing?
Disney, Star Wars, and what we should be feeling and thinking about moving forward with Disney, Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see your thing. So it's like, could I be welcomed back? You want another grand welcome from me? Another grand welcome from me?
Yeah, give me that hype man thing again.
Well, sure. Right here we have a commander that not only eats TIE fighters for breakfast, but commands squadrons. He's not an A-wing, a Y-wing, but an X-wing commander. Welcome.
All I could think of was what's that techno music? Do 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 as he's introducing, and in this corner.
Oh, I know what you're dun, 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 dun. Okay, I know what you're talking about. So, back to Vader and Luke. So the crew are throwing crap at Luke, and one of the objects goes out the window, and all of a sudden Luke gets sucked down into Bespin. And it wasn't actually Mark Hamill; it was actually some stunt guy that done like a somersault out the window. So that's what we see. And I saw this when I was a kid. I saw that I'm like, holy crap, is he dead? And he catches the platform, so he's able to grab on and save himself. And this is as Vader, walks down and looks to see if Luke is gone enough. So, I mean, it gets crazier and crazier. Like, just like it wouldn't be a Star Wars movie if you didn't have a highly dangerous, area where you can fall to your death really easily, like such a big scaled area and stuff. So, like, in the original movie, you had the Death Star. Well, in this case, you have Bespin. You have this big area inside of Bespin. So,
what if it was a 40-foot drop to concrete?
Ouch.
What would have happened?
Probably would have broke his back.
No, I'm saying if he didn't jump.
Oh, if he didn't jump. Oh.
I mean, John McClane could do it. He didn't even have the Force, so like.
There we go.
That is true.
Okay.
Or did he? Maybe that's the twist in the movie. We never knew.
Plot armor.
John
Plus
McClane
65 to leg damage.
Yes.
So that scene ends. Luke manages to grab himself onto back and climb back onto the platform, and we're back to Leia, Lando, and Chewie, and they're still being pursued by the stormtroopers. They get to a door, and R2 tries to override the security system with his little key thing, and I think he gets shocked because of it. He gets electrified because he's trying to access the computer, the city central computer or something. So
he plugged it in the wrong hole. He put it into the power socket.
Yeah.
I always hate when you put it in the wrong hole.
Can confirm you do get hurt when you put it in the wrong hole. Can confirm. Yeah.
So R2 finally, the computer, the city central computer tells R2 that the hyperdrive was deactivated. So he gets that information, and he manages. I think they get to another door, and this time he manages to open it, and the stormtroopers are still closing in. and R2D2 is like the hero this time. He like fogs up the area, so now that they're clear to run to the Falcon, and they try to take as many they try to shoot as many stormtroopers as they can, but they managed to get away. So they managed to get the ship to start, and Luke is left behind. So Luke is the only one left. Luke and Vader are really the only characters left on Bespin at this point. So
to answer your question there, X-Wing, I don't know. Has anybody here played the Fantasy Flight games, Star Wars, Edge of the Empire, Age of the Rebellion, Force and Destiny role-playing game?
No, I have the X-Wing one, but the one that I have actually has a T-70 X-Wing as opposed to a T-65B, so I never opened it.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
But when it comes around to the actual role-playing game, though, it's kind of funny on that one. You could literally be shot left and right by stormtroopers, thugs or whatever. Nothing happened to you. You trip, fall, you're dead. I mean, the rules of that game is like you can have a simple fall and you're like, okay, you got crit damage. What? I just tripped over a stair. Yep, crit damage. Okay, you lost an eye. You lost an arm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal.
Sounds like real life.
Yeah, it is. Well, when it comes around to me, yeah, actually it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so the Falcon. So once again, the Falcon leaves, and Luke is basically wondering. Luke is wandering the area, and he gets ambushed by Vader. Vader tries to hit him, and this time Vader's not playing around. He's using both of his hands this time. So the first phase of the fight, I think Vader was only using his right hand to wield the lightsaber. This time he's using both hands, and he's just like pummeling Luke, blow after blow after blow. And then you don't really see it because the shot is overhead when they're on the bridge or catwalk or whatever it is. And I think he pushes Luke down. That's how Luke gets on the ground. And you see that famous segment where Vader is pointing the lightsaber at Luke's neck. He's like, "You are beaten. It is useless to resist. Don't let yourself be destroyed," as Obi-Wan did. And of course, Luke being the fighter that he is, he keeps whacking at Vader and gets back up, retreats, and manages he dodges a swing from Vader and manages to hit Vader in the shoulder or the arm. And then that just pisses Vader off, and he ends it right there. He just slides and cuts off Luke's hand, and he's like, "Ah, da 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 da." And of course, we hear the.
As someone who sword fought, what he did with that maneuver, because it was a twist and turn and then cut. Yeah, that's very realistic.
Yeah. So, of course, we know the famous Vader's like, "There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you." And I think Luke is basically retreating. He's like crawling on like a beam or something. He's crawling to, I don't know what you call this. I have it in the background right here. I don't know what that platform is called that's sticking out, that cantilever platform.
Call it a weather vane. I think they call it
a weather vane. Okay. So Luke basically kind of retreats back with his single, uses his left arm to, retreat back, and he basically holds on while Vader's basically saying, Luke, you have not realized your importance. You've only begun to discover your power. Join me, yada, yada. I will complete your training with our combined strength. We will end this destructive.
Never told you the truth about your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No. Obi-Wan killed your father.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to do
that. Yep. I mean, that's what David Prowse said when they were shooting the scene. Mm-hmm. So apparently they pulled Mark Hamill aside, and they told him that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. And so when they shot the scene, Luke or Mark Hamill already knew what was going to happen, so he reacted accordingly. So I just love how he says, "No, I am your father."
Does anybody else remember Luke? I am your father.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah,
I think
I've definitely heard that.
It's like
the Mandela effect or whatever they call
it's
it.
like
Mandela effect.
it's like Scotty. It's like Scotty, beam me up. Like beam me up, or is it beam me up, Scotty? It's one of those that's never said in Star Trek. So
yeah,
and though I know growing up too, it's always people always skip. Then that's not true. That's impossible. They go. It was always go straight to the no.
Search your feeling. It be true. So, there's an audio drama that they did back in 1983. So we got like Luke or Mark Hamill, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels came back and reprised the role. And I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I did listen to this part of the movie, or this part of this scene with where Vader reveals he's Luke's father. Vader is played by Brock Peters, who plays Admiral Cartwright in the Star Trek in the two Star Trek movies. It was interesting because the way Brock Peters performed Vader, it sounded like Vader was like almost on the edge of crying himself. Like he sounded very emotional. And I was reading the comments on the video, and people were like, "Oh, this is better than Empire." And I thought, no, I actually prefer the more stoic James Earl Jones approach with Vader. Yeah. That's what I prefer. I mean, I thought it was great. I mean, I think Brock Peters does a great Darth Vader, but I think I don't think Darth Vader should. I don't like Darth Vader being too emotional.
At this point, he shouldn't be.
No. Yeah, and I mean, I think this is why a lot of people
at the research station when Luke is saying, when he's talking to his dad, and you can see Vader break a little bit in that moment when he's looking at Luke's saber in return, but not here.
Yeah.
So, because I think I definitely remember Vader is more stoic. I think it's better for him, but I do still think like with the original Star Wars, like him, like when you have those little Vader outbursts, when he's you're part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor, take her away. Like the way those lines are delivered, it is like, ooh, wow. You feel it's not like, I don't know. I'm bad at explaining myself. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we definitely know what you're talking about.
Well, I think what's working on that one with the stoic Vader is Vader would never have even thought Luke was going to do what he was going to do. He thought, "Aha, I got you now. You're good. Just out of curiosity, you're going to come over here, and I can still work you out. You're wounded. You lost your hand.
You got nowhere to go.
Exactly."
Dude, that's suicide. He threw himself off. Like, that's suicide in his brain. His kid killed himself instead of joining him. That had to, like, wake up something in Anakin. Like, oh.
So, yeah, when Luke falls, like, the Brock Peters Vader in the audio drama is like, what is this? Is this something a Jedi would do? And he screams it out. And I'm like, I prefer the silent Vader. He just lowers his arm. And that's his way of, I lost my chance. That's his way of showing I lost my chance.
I've lost my wife and my child.
Mm-hmm. And you can understand in the real play because they're describing the scene with the real play, so obviously it gets a little bit more wordy than we like to have. But how else would you describe that scene on a radio show when you have two characters and one just went?
Yeah. By the way, Baron, can you say I've been waiting for you, Mr. Bond?
I have been waiting for you, Mr. Bond.
Do you expect me to talk?
I expect you to die, Mr. Bond.
Okay,
I think it'd be cool.
I had to ask
Nerdporeal,
if they revamped the radio drama and did it again, and they added in some of the stuff that came in with the prequels, where like when Luke falls, he like in his brain he says something to Padme. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, you know what they did? Speaking of Luke falling, they added a scream in the I don't know if it was the DVD or the Blu-ray. They added like he screams.
Really? Yeah. When he's falling down the hole. Yeah.
Yep.
They added it in there, and then later on they took it back out.
Yeah, good call.
I think they took it out because of I think they took it out because Mark Hamill made a stink. He said, "Listen, Luke wouldn't do that." A lot of people were saying that, but I think they did that because Mark Hamill sat back and said, "Hey, George, really,
Yeah. He resigned at that point. Stop touching it up. Let it go. It's
Yeah.
good.
So did they? I haven't bought the 4K of the original trilogy. Did they? I know because this is after Lucas sold it. So did they make any more changes to the original trilogy or something?
Just in the Blu-ray releases, which was like Vader saying no.
I hate that.
Um,
So they didn't Disney didn't touch the 4Ks at all.
no, they haven't even. I don't even know if they've even announced a 4K release of those movies. Yeah, they added that McClunky.
Why did they add that? What is this McClunky business?
That was George.
Yeah,
George. Yeah,
McClunky.
If George
that might have been his like final FU.
Yeah.
George. Yeah, George is his own worst enemy. I'll say this. And then Disney came in. So you have any thoughts?
Yeah,
on that, Mike?
I don't know if we're gonna get or I mean, I'm sure we will, but I don't think there's been any announcement for a 4K release for any of the Star Wars movies.
Oh no, they're out. They're all out on Amazon. You can buy them individually.
The original trilogy?
They have the Skywalker saga, which is, in my opinion, a ripoff, and they have the prequels in the original trilogy and the other stuff that we don't talk about.
Well, $90 on Xbox for the
I did not
4K.
know that.
It's a digital 4K box set release on Xbox.
Okay, yeah, I see right here. Star Wars films released to single 4K Blu-ray editions.
I'll just be happy with my DVDs.
Joke's on me because my Gen 1 Xbox One won't do 4K.
Oh, no.
So I did it for no reason.
Yeah, I got a 4K player and a 4K TV, so I would definitely be able to watch these, but it's the special edition. I prefer the original uncut,
same here.
Touched.
You should come talk to Mark Anthony Austin when he comes on my channel. You're gonna be like, "Fuck this specialized."
Yeah, I'll be like, nothing personal to you, dude. I just
I said a bad word.
The no song's playing.
But that's a guy who played Boba Fett in the specialized editions, and there, what's funny, there were a lot of callbacks to the specialized editions in the new Book of Boba Fett show. There were a lot of callbacks to the specialized edition.
Really?
I can't think of one off the top of my head that jumps out at me.
How about the Sarlacc pit?
Well, the beak was in like down in there. It wasn't sticking up out like a little male doggy's lipstick.
Red Rocket right now?
Yeah, Red Rock.
Yeah, it was down in there. So yeah, the beak was in there, but it wasn't coming up out of the hole.
And on this nature tour of Tatooine, I wanted to look at this Sarlacc. You can tell this is a male Sarlacc. Look at the beak.
Yeah.
At least I have the original Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back. When they did the DVD, they did the where they doubled up, where you actually could get the original editions along with it. Yeah, and I know they're not in the top quality, but at least I have them, and those are the ones I watch. I mean, I have a hard time watching the specialized edition.
Do you remember when they're headed into Mos Eisley, and Luke's speeder scurries off the little rats?
Yeah.
So when
those are the Womp rats, right?
No, they're scurriers. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, scurriers. When Din Djarin is headed down Beggar's Canyon, there's a scurr rat.
Oh yeah,
and as he comes in, a scurr rat takes off. It's another callback to it too.
Beggar's Canyon. That's where they had the pod race, right?
Yeah, that was the Boonta Eve Classic.
Okay, and of course, Luke talks about in Star Wars, obviously.
Did you see? I made a little video that was a side-by-side comparison of Din Djarin and Anakin.
Yeah, I watched it.
It's shot for shot, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, put the link up. I don't think I've seen it. I'll have to check it. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I'll go find it.
So going back, so Luke chooses, instead of turning to the dark side, instead of going with Vader, Luke chooses to fall. He chooses death over joining Vader, or joining his father. So he ends up in a chute. He ends up in like a chute, and he slides down, and he manages to stop. But when he stops, the ground underneath him opens up, and he ends up on another chute. And he's outside. He's on the bottom of. He's literally below Bespin. He lands on some sort of bar. What exactly is that he landed on? Do you guys know?
Some kind of an antenna.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that was like a weather station type of thing. Communications. Yeah.
Okay. So,
so like, I have a question about that real quick because
in private.
I think maybe I'm just misremembering, but it seemed like this looked different than when probably the specialized editions that I originally watched. Was it just kind of bad CGI, or was it kind of implied that like Luke was like using the Force to kind of move himself? Because like I was looking at it and I'm like, the trajectory of how he fell and then suddenly changing like to seem like to hit this vent, I'm like, that seems very unlikely. Like it didn't.
So I'm an HVAC tech. Okay, I deal with air moving. That's what I do. I think that Cloud City was massively pressurized, and to get rid of the garbage, what they would do is they would send the garbage down the chute, and then these little things would open, and the depressurized environment of Bespin compared to the pressurized environment of Cloud City, when it opened up, it's a massive vacuum, dude. And so as soon as the trash started to fall down, whatever kind of sensor would set it, something would open and it would suck it and send it down to the planet floor. And so that was my kind of thing, I guess.
To quote Spaceballs, suck.
Yeah.
So Luke gets sucked into that little
think about like a plane, basically. You know, you're in a plane and somebody pokes a hole in it, it's going to massively depressurize the plane. I think that's what they might have been going for.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember also, there was something in EU, I can't remember if it was with the West End Games role-playing game or what. But somebody wrote in there that actually that they speculated or they postulated that was Vader that did it to save him.
Ah, that's interesting.
So I'm just saying that I can't remember which one it was in the one of the U stuff that volumes I have behind me, but they're postulating that Vader actually did it to save him. So try to get him another day. He's too valuable a prize.
Yeah, that I could buy that. I could see that.
Yeah, I could
too. That's a very good idea.
Because he does unnaturally get sucked into that thing.
I always thought, what's funny is I always thought Luke used the Force to pull himself over there or something. He saw an out and he took it. At least that's how I always interpreted that. So that'd be interesting to find out for sure.
It was either go with him and be captured and killed, or go with him and take a chance of going to the dark side, or freaking just jumping off and taking your chances.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for one thing I forgot to mention, according to the new canon, apparently someone on Bespin caught Luke's hand in his lightsaber, or caught his lightsaber, and that's how they get the lightsaber in Episode 7, according to a comic.
Well, actually, that also goes to I can't remember which one of the role-playing supplements for West End Games for the Timothy Zahn trilogy.
Yeah, that goes into Tantus and the cloning of Luke.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it was actually an Ugnaught that found the hand.
And they're saying that Ugnaught was, what's his name from The Mandalorian? Queel?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm talking about the old EU.
They're saying that Queel might have been the Ugnaught that cloned Luke. I don't like how tight they're trying to play it. I don't like that.
Is that the one is that the guy that says "I have spoken"?
Yeah, that's Queel.
Yeah.
I liked him. I actually liked him.
I did too. I don't want to have him be the Ugnaught that was in charge of cloning. It's too close.
And well, he was actually named in the West End Games supplement, so it wasn't the same.
Oh,
name,
really?
the same one. And not only that, what happened was is the Ugnaught found it, so he found this hand with the lightsaber. And he's like, "Oh, this is valuable metal." Vader somehow knew that the hand came there. He went down to like the smelting area. He goes, "I want that. That's mine." Literally, almost. And the Ugnaught wanted to negotiate with Vader. It's like, "Oh, what do you get for me?" Force choke. And he kills him.
Sounds
I'll let you live. I'll let you live.
No,
I'll just kill you. No, I won't let you live. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
I alter the deal.
Pray I don't alter it any further.
Exactly. And in the role playing supplement, they're saying that Vader was intending to take it himself to clone Luke, but he realized the Emperor already knew. So also, okay, I'll bring it back to the boss man. And that's the expanded universe, Timothy Zahn universe explanation of the hand and the slice.
And they had a dalgummit. I'm in the middle of rereading it, but Jorah Sabayoth had there was a name for his sample, and I wish I could remember it right now.
Oh yeah, it was
like 3347 or something like that. Yeah, exactly. It was something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have they ever brought him into canon or the new canon at all?
Sabayoth? No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean,
you think they ever will?
To be fair, at the end of Bad Batch, we did get Mount Tantus.
Yeah.
So all things according to plan with what they're doing with the universe, we are now canonized that the Emperor did have a cloning facility on Mount Tantus. And if they're going to follow any sense of the expanded universe, there's going to be Luke and there's going to be a Jorah Sabayoth on Mount Tantus.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen the Silmarils, though. I want to see those.
Is that how you say a Luke?
Luke.
Okay.
Well, you actually see one of them in a recessed painting or a relief behind Thrawn in some of the Rebels episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you Silmarils. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you meant Luke. I'm like, damn, he got a painting of him? Really?
Yeah. It's kind of one of those Chippendales ones, Weird area.
It's the Mount Tantive 5.
So Luke is hanging out on the below. Luke is hanging out on the little weather bar on beneath Bespin. So here we see Luke is like he is desperate. He's calling for Ben, no answer. He even calls Leia. He's like, Leia, hear me, Leia. And then of course we see that Leia can actually hear him. So, interesting. She has some ability. She has some force abilities apparently. So, does that make her the other? Do you think that? I mean, what?
I don't think at the time it was. I don't think at the time they had that solidified.
Okay.
What do you mean the other?
Well, when Luke leaves Dagobah.
Oh, there is another.
There is another, and then of course in Return of the Jedi they reveal that it's a sister, and that was Leia. So,
I mean, at the time, I don't think they had it. But of course, now we have the hindsight. It was.
Did they add in the line then? Because when you go to rewatch right now on Disney Plus, because I was editing up a video, Yoda says there is another Skywalker.
That was said in the in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, right before he died.
Or that could have been in the.
That's right. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
And that was right before the big reveal.
Right.
Yeah.
Of everything.
I think that might be like I think they definitely left it open to move around because I think in hindsight, yeah, I guess that's true. But like in hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, obviously. But at the time, like if you're just looking at that, I don't think it's like, oh, she's for sure the one. She's for sure the other. But I do think it kind of gives you that like, oh, could she?
Do you think George was like pre-writing for Finn?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of the ideas that they took for the Disney stuff they took from I think what Lucas originally had in mind, because he was going to make another trilogy after the third one, and the second trilogy would have been Luke looking for his sister.
Right.
So Han would be dead, and Leia would be crowned. She'd be crowned Queen of New Alderaan or something. So their parts in the story would be over. Luke would go look for his sister.
Mhm.
And it would ultimately build up to a final confrontation with the Emperor. So Vader would already be out of the picture. Vader would be dealt with in the third movie, and then Episode 9 would be Luke and his sister and the Emperor. The Emperor would try to turn his sister to the dark side, and they fight and stuff. At least that's what I think would happen. I don't know how true that is, though.
Well, that was the original idea that he had for the sequel trilogy before he had the other idea that he had that Disney sat back and said, we don't want. So, and of course, at this time, things were still in flux. We didn't know if we're going to have Han Solo back. Literally, we didn't know. Harrison Ford only had a 2-movie deal. He was put in carbonite because they didn't know if they could get him for a third film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It could be too expensive. I hear the reason why
he said no.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And Thrawn had cloning vats. Thrawn had possession of all the clones he ever needed. Yep. I'm sorry, I should.
And this was before the prequels. So you're talking about the original Thrawn trilogy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to reread though. I have to read them.
Oh, definitely do it. Those are.
I read the first book years ago.
The birth of the twins, Leia's birth of the twins, is still like one of my happiest moments in the expanded universe when she's like feeling the force of her twins as they're being birthed.
But the funny thing and the interesting thing is at the same time Dark Empire was being done for the Dark Horse comics. Lucas actually liked that better than Timothy Zahn's Heir to the Empire, and we can actually see kind of the reason why. How things were doing in the Dark Empire was almost foreshadowing what Lucas had in mind with the Emperor. At the time we didn't know anything about the midi-chlorians, trying to be forever, trying to find eternal life and not die and all that. Which, of course, Lucas himself grabbed on and glommed onto. Of course, Disney took that too and did Episode 9, The Rise of Palpatine, off of Dark Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Rise of Palpatine. So it's ultimately the Palpatine saga.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Easy X-Wing.
Every time I smell it, it smells. I apologize.
Don't worry about it.
I stepped in the Last Jedi. Ew.
Oh,
wow.
It got on me. Oh,
it's all over me. Get it off. I'm going to die.
So we're back to
Darius. Out, Darius.
So the Falcon basically turns around. Leia's like, I know where Luke is. Falcon turns around. Lando's like, what about the fighters? And then Chewie barks at Lando, and they go back. And it's actually Lando. They fly right under Luke. Lando uses the top hatch, which I think is the only time we ever see the top hatch. I think in the original trilogy. Mm-hmm. And the Luke falls, and they bring him down, and they put him to bed right away. And they're being chased, and of course, because they went back, they're now being chased by TIE fighters. And then you get to hear this awesome Escape from Bespin theme. Dun 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 dun.
Be careful, you don't want copyright strike.
Nerdporeal, which is the same theme that they use what we were talking about on
Ord Mantell
and Shadows of the Empire when you're trying to kill IG-88. Oh my
god!
Yeah.
Well, let's try this one then. Turn the ship around. Leia knows where Luke is.
Turn it upside down. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Oh my god! I love you guys.
I can't help it. Like the music of the music of Star Wars, just like the themes, just like they've stayed with me all my life. Like I have to do it when I'm talking about Star Wars. So
that's what a great composer John Williams is.
Hey, look, Nerdporeal, if it's any comfort, I have every single song piece from every movie from the original trilogy on my iPhone. And so sometimes I get apprentices in my truck that have to sit with me, and I'll be sitting there and like the Battle in the Snow turns on and they look at me like, what the hell? And I'm like, just deal with it.
Say, XWing, do you have the complete episode 1 score?
So no, I don't.
No?
Not the complete. So on vinyl, I have the original 3.
Mm-hmm.
One I actually gave away. I just gave away. Did I give away 77 or 80? I gave away 80. I had the Empire Strikes Back with the original artwork. I gave it away to Charlie Lone Wolf in my community. Beautiful set. Beautiful set. Gave it away. What I need, and I don't even know if they sell it, is episode 1 on vinyl. I'm assuming they do somewhere, right?
They must now. I mean, with the vinyl craze coming back.
They must sell it. But no, and to be honest with you, I actually don't like every piece from... We're getting way off track, Baron.
Sorry.
Let's save it.
You know what?
We got
we'll
to do a stream. Yeah, we got to do a stream.
Oh, please. Love to.
Okay.
So basically,
sorry, Nerdporeal.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
We're rambling this more often.
We're almost there. We're almost at the finish line. So I think what's weird is in the Blu-ray, Vader they interrupt the chase by showing Vader walking onto his shuttle or walking off his shuttle onto the Star Destroyer, which was not in the original. In the original film. So I felt that was unnecessary, because the only thing you see in the original film is you see Vader walking and he just says, "Bring my shuttle," and that's it.
Yep.
And then you see Vader again when he's on the Star Destroyer and he calls out to Luke, son, come with me. Ben, why didn't you tell me? And then of course, they're trying to use the hyperdrive, and the hyperdrive still doesn't work, and they're all looking at Lando like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. No light speed. It's not my fault.
It's almost a replay of Han earlier in the film, word for word.
Yeah. It's not my, because it shows you how much alike they are. Mm-hmm. So R2 basically R2 has this little knowledge that he learned from the city central computer, and he goes in.
You don't know how to fix it.
Chewbacca can do it. I'm standing here in pieces, and you're having delusions of grandeur. And then, of course, R2 doesn't listen, turns his little thing, and the hyperdrive works, and they get away. And poor Admiral Piet, his face completely drops when the Falcon goes into hyperspace. He's like, "Oh,
I'm dead.
Crap, I'm dead."
I'm dead.
Because he was supposed to get the tractor beam on. They were going to capture him. Like, it was all set. And Vader just looks out the window. He turns. He looks out the window again, and then he just retreats. He just retreats back to his hyperbaric chamber. So
his humble abode.
Yeah.
Do you think he was just out of?
What's up?
Do you think he was just out of a next rank officers? He's like, well, if I kill this guy, I'm gonna have to go to the sergeants next, and I don't know about that.
I have a fun collector's Bespin themed misprint here. Oh, you can't read it, can you?
No.
What does it say?
Something.
Princess Leia and
Warwick the Ewok.
Wicket. The Ewok.
Wicket.
Does that look like Wicket?
That's one.
No, that's not Wicket. That is not Wicket.
Princess Leia and Wicket the Ewok.
Wicket's pretty tall. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that Ewok is the MVP of the basketball team.
I love that piece.
Hey, Leia, quit looking at my Wicket. Eyes up here. My eyes are up here. Quit looking at Wicket.
I just think that's such a fun little misprint.
So, So I think what happens? Oh yeah, after that they managed to rendezvous. They regroup with the rebels. Finally, we haven't seen the rebels since the beginning of the movie. So we spent like two-thirds of the movie. It was just our characters. So we're back where we see I think we see the medical frigate, or I don't know if it's a frigate, but the medical ship for the first time. And Luke gets a new hand. So gets his hand cut off. He gets a new hand right away. How else is he going to fight with?
Trivia question:
lightsaber?
How many ion engines are on the medical frigate?
6.
Oh God.
I don't know. I didn't have my eye on them.
Is it like 6 or 7?
I'm gonna go with 6.
Yeah, because you have it's triangular. I think it had 3, 2, and 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Look at the look on his face.
Come join XWing's Tuesday trivia nights for more fun like this.
And I thought I was the shameless plugger.
I can't help myself.
X-Wing, check the link in the private chat.
Oh my God, dude. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Dick pics.
It looks like the Sarlacc. The sad Sarlacc.
Bro, I am not paying. Oh, it's sealed. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No, I'm pulling my records out and playing them if I get them.
Yeah, the cheapest opened one was like I saw on there was like $150.
Damn, for that I'll get the unopened.
Yeah.
Jesus. Dude,
right,
there's a better
Mike
website.
wins.
I'll show you a website if you want like original vinyl, there's a website I'll show you. I'm not going to say it on here, but there's a website like $35, $40 for 77, 80 and 83s.
Wow.
Yeah.
So basically, once again, we see Han and or not Han, sorry. We see Chewie and Lando basically prepping to leave. They're basically taking the Falcon. I think they're going to Tatooine to catch up with. Yeah, to catch up with Boba Fett. And if you take Shadows of the Empire, Boba Fett doesn't turn up for a long time. So basically, Luke wishes them well. They fly off. We see something that I don't know what is that. What is that supposed to be? It looks like Andromeda. It looks like a galaxy. What is that they're seeing outside the window at the end?
It's the Milky Way.
Enterprise.
The Enterprise. Yeah, the Enterprise. Da, 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 da.
Didn't they kind of retrograde that kind of that micro galaxy that's orbiting around where Camino is?
Oh, is that what it is?
I think so, because
what'd you say, Baron? What?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
So didn't they kind of retcon that to that because the Star Wars galaxy has like a couple like smaller galaxies that are in close proximity where Camino is. And I think they were kind of retroacting that what we saw that galaxy-like shape form at the end of Empire Strikes Back was that.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I've always gone off of like core worlds and then your outer rim, unknown space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But I mean, they can't be that far away from the galaxy.
No, they'd be. I mean, if you go off of any sort of consistency where it takes to jump from system to system, they'd be like 19 years away from any known system in in the Star Wars universe.
Exactly. So I'm thinking it might be one of the extra galaxy, little galaxy, that they have. Even our galaxy has that. There's a couple of small little galaxies that are just really nearby, but they're not full-sized ones.
Yeah,
I see. And that basically ends Empire Strikes Back. So, and the movie ends on a massive. Movie ends on a massive cliffhanger. I cannot imagine waiting 3 years to find out what happens next.
It was hell.
Is Vader Luke's father? Was he not lying? Is Obi-Wan the liar? I mean,
that's what we went through 3 years of. And the only things that we really had, of course, Daly came out with the Han Solo books, which obviously took place before Star Wars, and Smith came out with the Lando Calrissian books around that time, which was again taking place before Empire. But it was like 3 years of what the heck's going on. We have the Marvel comics, but they couldn't do anything. It's like they didn't know which way things were going, so it's like we're just kind of in that limbo state.
Did Alan Dean Foster ever make a sequel to the Splinter of the Mind's Eye?
No.
So was that did that? I never read that. Did that book end the story, or did that book end? Did it leave stuff opened?
Oh, that stuff way open.
Interesting.
Being that that story was originally going to be the second movie, the sequel, if Star Wars wasn't a big hit. Of course, that changed, and it's a good thing because Splinter of Mind's Eye is a great story, but I don't think it was movie worthy. No, definitely not a sequel trilogy.
So was it like smaller scale, basically, and
very small? Took place on one planet. They only had one X-wing, one Y-wing, which crashed. If you remember the planet that was that they had on the fan fiction film Solo, where Han's getting his butt kicked as the Imperial soldier, it was supposed to be that planet that they were on, and
okay.
And then
oh my God, what was the name of that planet? He was a mud trooper on
Mimban? No,
Mimban. Yeah, it was Mimban.
Right, and that introduced us to the Kyber crystal. Of course, now we have Kyber crystals, and so it was only Luke, Leia, the droids, and Vader. Those were the only characters that you had from the original Star Wars that was in that book. No Chewie, no Han, nobody else. And then they had a new captain supervisor that was in charge of the planet. And of course, Vader's was lurking around.
I just got done with the courtship of Princess Leia, which is this book where the Hapians come from this like unknown sector. And the Hapians are this massive galactic superpower, and they're throwing gems on the ground. They're throwing all these different cool things, and they have this gun that changes people's mind. Han basically abducts Princess Leia as opposed to having her marry this prince from the Hapi system.
Yeah, Isildur or something like that. Prince
Isildur. Yeah. And then he wins Dathomir in a card game. He wins the planet Dathomir in a card game, goes to Dathomir, abducts Princess Leia, goes to Dathomir, and there's Night Sisters riding Rancors on Dathomir.
Yep. Yeah, you had two versions of them. You had the Night Sisters and you had the other ones.
Yeah, I don't remember what the other ones were. But I mean, dude, you want to talk about like an insane story? I'm so glad it never made it to screen. That was a really good one. And Han was disgusting in that book.
Oh, I know. He was
just a needy little.
And he drags Leia there to say, "Hey, look, I got you a planet.
I bought you a planet.
Yeah, I won this planet for you, hon. Love me."
She's like, "Just F off."
Exactly.
Okay, I want to call out.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So it's Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs sent me a $1.44 tip.
Hey.
I don't know how to get notifications for that, so I'm sorry I didn't call it out. Or she sent $2, so sorry, $2, and I don't think I see a message here.
It's 50 cents after YouTube gets their hold of it.
Yeah.
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 You have the I hate you. You have the oh my God, I want it.
What is it?
Yeah.
Courtship of Princess Leia.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that. Wow, that's an older book
Mm-hmm.
book cover style. Wow.
Yeah, that was still when the old audio publishing company was doing them. Well, the old publishing company before Random House.
Bantam
took them over. Yeah, Bantam. Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got a little bit EU library. I read this when it first came out.
That's so cool. I wish I had the hardcover. Is that a soft or is that a?
No,
that's a hardback. Oh man, I want it.
First edition hardback.
That's so cool.
Right next to my Zahn trilogies, the Druzat Baccarat, and all the other ones I got.
Dude, Zahn's in like 12 books now.
Yeah. But about three of the Imitation Universe, and then I can't remember. Let's see, the Thrawn trilogy. Then you had the the duology, the Hand of Thrawn duology. Then he did a couple with Mara Jade. Then he had Scoundrels. So what's that up to? About 8?
And
7,
then
8?
and then 2 more Thrawn trilogies.
Right. That's the new universe. I don't count that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm wondering if is he writing more, or is he done with his Thrawn trilogy?
He
now
just finished up a new Thrawn trilogy. He in November, the last one came out.
Yeah.
And that one takes place right before the Rebels finale and stuff.
This is before he even gets to the Empire. So the ending of the last book is right before the Empire finds him. So it's him while he's still in the Chiss Ascendancy.
Because I think the third book takes place when because in Rebels season 4, Thrawn basically leaves and goes to Coruscant to meet with Palpatine. I think that's what the book is about, is his meeting with Palpatine or something.
That comes in like the second book of the second trilogy of Thrawn.
Yeah, okay. So second trilogy? Okay.
But then there's also like offshoots where he meets Anakin during the Clone Wars, and then he sees him again once he's Vader. There's so much shit there. Stuff.
No, it's all right.
No.
It's all right. You can swear. So,
Well,
all right.
In that case, let me start. No.
So we're getting close to. We're already past midnight here. So, any final thoughts before we wrap up the Empire Strikes Back?
Awesome stream, dude.
Well, thank you.
Very fun.
Just like
I guess the movie was all right.
You guess the movie was all right.
What movie?
What movie?
What are we talking about?
Empire Strikes Back.
It's too bad
movie.
it never made enough for a third one. You know, it would have been nice to see a third movie.
So, I think did you guys say it was your favorite? Or no? Like, any final thoughts? Anything you want to add?
I think it should be recognized as probably the most influential Star Wars movie.
For sure.
I think it should always be recognized that way. It doesn't have to be everybody's favorite. I think it is a lot of people's favorite, but I mean, what that movie did to really open up the Star Wars universe is commendable at best. Yeah. At least it's I mean, what George did to open up the Star Wars universe in that movie was huge.
Yeah, I feel this movie really I think the movie, the original Star Wars kind of, started the overall Star Wars look, Ralph McQuarrie inspired, concepts. Well, this movie, I think, kind of takes it to the next level. And I think Return of the Jedi kind of follows suit after this. And most of the, if you play any of the Star Wars games, and then of course the prequels went and did their own thing. But yeah, I mean, I feel this movie really cemented the look of Star Wars, the high budget. Like this went up to $30 million. Like that's how high the budget was for this particular one. Mm-hmm. And this was the last one that Gary Kurtz produced.
Right.
And
yeah.
Some people believe it was because, I mean, there's some opinions out there, but I think it was many reasons. I think his relationship with Lucas was deteriorating. Mm-hmm. Maybe he wasn't as good of a producer, and he allowed, the movie to go over budget to the point where I think even Lucas had to go back, because this movie was funded because Lucas was able to use money that he earned from Star Wars. Mm-hmm. And he was also able to take out a loan from the bank, from I don't remember which bank, but he was able to take out a loan. But the fact that all the money,
United Bank of Money.
United Bank of Money. And I think he had to crawl back to 20th Century Fox to get more loans, or to get more funds and stuff. And he basically simply gave them a bigger cut. He simply gave them a bigger cut of the profits, but would not. The big thing that Lucas was into was not surrendering sequels and control over the movie. That was like the big no for him.
And merchandising.
And merchandising.
Merchandising.
Yeah,
merchandising was what built it.
Yeah, that was the worst mistake they ever made. He's like, I just want to be able to sell the toys, and then the toys are like.
And the thing was, they did not believe the original Star Wars would be a success. Nobody did.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, even with well-established stuff, the toy sales didn't necessarily shoot through the roof. I mean, you had the big Miko Star Trek toys, and they weren't a huge seller. You had the Space 1999 toys. I mean, I wish I had one of those Eagles that they had. But again, they weren't a huge seller. I mean, yeah, they had people buying it. Star Wars, when it came around with the toy sales, was just everybody across the board was flabbergasted. I think even George Lucas was surprised. He was figuring he would make a good little buck off of it. But
a sci-fi movie.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, merchandising. What other movies really had a really successful merchandise line? I think Planet of the Apes was like the only one, and that was like a decade prior to Star Wars. So,
well, he wasn't selling cars off of. I always call it Canadian bacon, and I shouldn't call it that. It's not Canadian bacon. It was American graffiti. I don't know why I always call it Canadian bacon.
I have no idea.
F in the chat for John Candy. F in the chat for John Candy.
Yeah, F for John. For John.
But I mean, it's funny, and some of the cool stuff that came out of that, especially for collectors. I mean, think about the rocket firing Boba Fett and the stuff that they learned from Battlestar Galactica, who was making toys at that point. There was almost a massive lawsuit. What if that didn't happen, and George had put out that rocket firing Boba Fett, and some kid choked and died? Would we have the Star Wars line that we have today?
I mean, I got the Battlestar Galactica ones that do shoot the middle missiles.
Yeah.
So it's like I got some of the early ones. It's like, ooh, then they started seeing, oh yeah, we got them glued in now, so you don't hurt yourself. So and that rocket firing Boba Fett. Did you ever get the one when they redid it? They did where I can't remember. You put enough, like the old days, the proof of purchases, setting up proof of purchases is so much for shipping handling. Will get you, and it was basically they took the original design that they were going to have with the shooting rocket Boba Fett and had that available.
Some people may hate it, but they actually sell a giant 16-inch. It's the J variant rocket firing Boba Fett now. It's like a 16-inch rocket firing Boba Fett. It's huge.
Is that
wow.
General Giant?
No, it was some. I don't know who it is. They're hard to find, but they do sell them, and you can still get them for like, I want to say it's like $75 or $80.
You'll take your head off with that one,
dude. You kill a Chihuahua with it.
If my camera was working, we actually had a sub of ours over in the UK that made me and Coach custom rocket firing J-slotted Boba Fett figures out of original Boba Fett figures, Kenner figures. And he actually did card backs and bubble and everything.
No way.
Yes. And it
was awesome.
Bad.
That's real awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
You're gonna have to
that's worth 50% of what an actual rocket firing Boba Fett is worth.
And he actually
did piece of art.
He actually made two other the rocket firing pieces, just in case we lost one of them. He made two of the little orangish reddish ones, but then he made one silver one that is like looks more movie authentic that you can put in the back.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's not just like a little red rocket thing, it's actually like, what his
red
jetpack
rocket.
Yeah. Yum.
I think this is it. I'm sure this is it. Just a second here.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that's the one that shoots the rocket.
What is that?
That's Boba Fett.
I know it's Boba. Oh, is that an OG?
Yes, but they did a vintage thing, and you could only get this with proof of purchase.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's the vintage collection.
The vintage
release.
collection,
yeah,
right. Mm-hmm. So it's not going to be opened up, but I'd love to, so I can shoot the rocket.
That's cool.
Looks like he's got a couple.
Get that thing in some plastic.
It was in the box right now. See.
I'm about to look for one of those on eBay.
I don't know what they're selling for.
I have no idea.
I'm curious.
Okay, gents. All right, I think it's time to conclude the stream. Well, conclude on a cliffhanger. So, I'm sure. Do you guys have anything you want to plug? Nick, don't you have a channel? Don't you have a channel on Hoth or something, or a network on Hoth?
Yeah, we got a little something going on over there.
Something.
Yeah. So we're doing Blu-ray sales right now for our sequel trilogy documentary. If you guys have not seen our sequel trilogy documentary, you can watch it for free on our YouTube channel. It's our very first feature film, narrated by Doomcock. And we're working on a second documentary called The Rise and Fall of LucasArts, the gaming company. And
How's
it kind
that
of goes
going?
through the
I
history.
can't wait.
Yeah, that one's narrated by Mahler, and it's going good. We got I'm gonna start lining up interviews and stuff probably here in the next 2 to 3 weeks with people, some other big name content creators that are going to be involved in. So hopefully at some point in time this year we'll actually drop that second documentary. Other than that, we got a big, huge Echo Base Network fan meetup in Nashville at the ICCC Con, which is a Star Wars convention, but it's also Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, comics, toys. Like they got like everything there, cosplay, and that's in April. So there'll be a lot of folks coming out for that. Me and Coach will both be there. XWing himself just booked tickets today, so he's gonna be flying out, coming out there. Mexican Iron Man, Stone Loki, all gonna be there. So still a couple months away. So if you guys are close to the Nashville area, the end of April, try to make it out.
I got a question. Since we know X-Wing is going to be flying to Nashville, is there like a hangar bay that he can land his X-Wing on?
I'll never tell.
There is,
of course.
The roof.
The roof.
It's hidden away from Imperial eyes.
So what about you, Baron Tag? You have something you wanna plug?
Well, unlike those pretenders like Nick and Coach down there in the south, I live in Hoth. It's right now -3 degrees. We just
nice.
So -3, and luckily we are in the -3 wind chill. So, but it's going to get down to -11. So I'm really at Echo Base. Yeah. So, but in all honesty, though, so I usually have my weekly show at 9 o'clock Central's time on my channel. It's Baron After Dark, and I like to talk to, well, it's not just content creators. I'm going to actually have people from chats on coming up here, because I feel that a lot of those people, the people who are in those chats, are the most important ones. If they weren't there, we wouldn't be doing this. Yeah. So I'm going to be talking to some of them in the next couple of weeks here. And of course, just talk about, and just think about like the old Johnny Carson show where someone sits down, asks questions, and let people talk. And of course, every Sunday at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, or 5:15 thereabouts, on 24/7 Fusion Media, we have the Primetime Kings. It's of course 24/7. Vigilante Williamson, Fat Steven Seagal, and of course yours truly.
So Fat Steven, I love Fat Steven. Fat Steven is a dear friend.
Oh yeah,
he's a great guy.
Yeah, even though one of his last words he said to me was "F you, Baron."
That was all of our last words.
That sounds about right for Fat Steven.
It does.
How about you, X-Wing? Don't you have a channel community?
Chopper, get to the chopper.
Chopper says no.
I thought that was the red. I thought that was the red droid from. No, that's not the red droid. No, that is Chopper.
No,
that's Chopper.
C-10 astromech droid.
Yeah, that's Chopper.
No,
I remember Chopper like pushes one of the other droids off the ship.
Chopper's a murderer.
Yes, he is.
Chopper's a full-blown murderer. My next video that's coming out, I'm reviewing this gigantic freaking beast. Look at this thing. Oh my god.
Snowspeeder.
Is that the Black Series one?
One of them fell off.
Oh no!
It's the massive boy that comes with the Dak Ralter figure. But yeah, no, I do have a YouTube channel. I've got a awesome blooming community. I'm young on YouTube. I've been doing it for less than a year, but we've got a really fun, interesting community, an eclectic community of Star Wars fans that come from all walks of life. So yeah, if you guys want to join, X-Wing.
Cool. What about you, Mike? Don't you have a channel? Don't you do stuff?
Yes, I do. I talk about pop culture. If there is a baseball season, Whoopa knows what I'm talking about here. If there is a baseball season, which it doesn't look like there's going to be,
A big if.
Are they going on strike?
They're currently
Or
on
they
strike.
Oh, they
Yep.
are.
Yeah, I figured they would.
Yeah.
I talk about the Chicago Cubs, but what I've been doing is my episode reviews of the Book of Boba Fett. I also have something called Quick Take, which is a quick rundown of a movie or an episode. I try to do it as a shorter version of my episode reviews, and I've been doing that for Peacemaker, so that'll be coming out on Saturday sometime. I don't have a set time yet, but I'll have my rundown of Peacemaker coming out on Saturday. And tomorrow night, I am going to be live streaming Star Trek Online at 9:30. And I know what you're going to say, Nerdporeal. I know exactly what you're going to say. But Spock streams at that time. Yes, this is going to be a joint operation between Spock and myself. I'm going to be streaming on my channel. He'll be streaming on his channel. So come join us. We're going to have a lot of fun. And then I do the weekend.
Did I hear right?
And
You do STO?
Yeah, STO.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And then I do a weekend version of Pop Talk, which is different from the live version. The live version, I invite people on and we talk about pop culture, the latest news of the week. But in the weekend version, I just pick 2 articles, read them off, and then post a video every Sunday.
Nice.
And what about you, Whoopa? Judge Whoopa, do you have a channel?
Well, you could be fooled. Because I've skipped my last 2 live streams. I'm probably gonna skip my next planned live stream too.
What are you even doing? Come on.
I know.
Do it.
It's because so I was playing Guardians of the Galaxy, that new game. New. It came out in October, but new enough. But it's a lot of fun. But then Pokemon Legends Arceus came out, and I've already put 19 hours into that. So I guess that's not much, all things considered. People have put in much more than me, but pretty much ever since that game came out, I have been MIA on YouTube.
That's a half a work week at 19 hours. Getting close.
Yeah, I could have put in more if I didn't have a work week. But
amen to that, dude.
But yeah, so next Whoopa Wednesday, I'll be doing my normal Whoopa Wednesday live stream, playing some more Pokemon Red. Where do I need to go for that? Oh, I gotta go to Koga in Fuchsia City. But so I gotta do that. And that's gonna be a lot of fun. Like I said, Whoopa Wednesday.
Hey, my guy.
And other than that, like I currently have in my little tabs 4 different videos I'm trying to make. So the plan is to make videos. Can I? We'll see. But hopefully I'll be getting some videos up for you guys, and it'll be a lot of fun. Because
I can't wait, man. Can't wait.
I'm trying my best, and I gotta make stream clips because I'm funny occasionally, and I'm supposed to show everyone.
Can I say something really quick?
No.
Go ahead.
I just want to give a quick shout out to my friend. You shut up, Chopper. I want to give a quick shout out to my friend down under, T. Davidson. Star Wars, mate. Star Wars. That's a long, deep cut from a long time ago. That's all I can say.
Okay. Okay. Well, everyone, thank you for listening. Subscribe to all these gentlemen. Subscribe to Echo Base. Subscribe to Baron Tag, XWing, the salty liquid known as Mike, Pacific 414, and Whoopa Troopa. So my plans for upcoming, I mean, right now I'm working on a Super Mario RPG retrospective, which is taking me forever. So I'm in the process of recording part 1. I'm going to split into 2 parts because the whole thing is 17 pages. So it's going to be over an hour long video. So that's going to be coming out, and I'm currently streaming the video game The Messenger, which is a humorous take on Ninja Gaiden with some Metroidvania elements. So I'll be streaming again this weekend.
Wait, did you say Metroidvania?
Yeah, it's Metroidvania.
I'll just watch. I don't know what it is.
You ever play a Metroid game? It's basically like you're in a big giant maze of an area. So like it's a platformer. And it's not like a level based like you.
Samus. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's similar to that. So I'll be playing that, and next week my next Nerdporeal sci-fi chat will be talking about Shadows of the Empire. So stay tuned for that. So it's gonna be. I'm gonna be talking about I'm gonna be talking about the video game, and I'm gonna cover the novel. I'm gonna cover the novel too. So I'm gonna cover both. So yeah, Shizor is.
Let's go.
I think they took a lot of stuff. They took a lot of Shizor's elements and put them in Maul. I think, especially with the Crimson. What's it called? Crimson Dawn stuff.
Yeah, he's been in comics lately too. So.
Okay.
Was Shizor?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, that's pretty good.
Yep.
But yeah, so expect that, and once again, everyone, have a good night. Stay Nerdporeal, and may the wings of Nerdporeals carry you all to the next episode. Have a good night.
See you guys.
Bye.
Love you all. Take care.
Take care.
Then he is not. I'm doing it my way. To say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows you took the blows, and you did it. Your way. Live long and prosper, George. Well, live long. You've already prospered enough. Thank you, George.